There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weakling, yep.
Come on!
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like, hey man, want a flower?
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weakling, yep.
Come on!
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like, hey man, want a flower?
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
Little weakling, yep.
Come on!
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
Why would you go after this guy?
He's like, hey man, want a flower?
Why would you go after this guy?
There's a reason why.
He's like a hippie.
Why would you go after this guy?
All right. We are live. Welcome back to Reason Answers, your home for the...
crackhead clown individuals.
Of course, I am referring to myself and Mary there, although some may disagree and say that our subject of today, Jay Smith, should be included as well. We are once again looking at the arguments of Jay Smith. I feel I need to give this disclaimer every time, so I will give it again. This isn't personal. This isn't some sort of hatred towards Jay Smith, but in fact is done in love. I believe he is a Christian, even though some of his, I'll just say fans have accused me of not being a Christian, of being possessed by demons and whatnot. I would never attribute the same to people on the other side of this debate. This is about truth. This is about pursuing what is actual history. It is about standing for what we can support intellectually, not just adopting an argument because it quote unquote works against Islam. In other words, we are once again looking at the historicity of Muhammad. In this time in particular, we're looking at some of the early sources that Christian sources, Christian documents written about contemporary history that talk about the armies of Muhammad, which Jay Smith says are Christians describing the activities of other Christians. We're, of course, joined by Mary today.
She has some scary intellectual abilities to pour through massive amounts of sources and information, and is pretty brutal. If she weren't so busy doing other stuff, I think she would be wrecking Islam by herself.
Welcome back, Mary.
Hello. And to wreck Islam, we must actually represent it accurately and not give fodder to weirdo Islamic cult groups that want to create new Islams. Don't give them space. Don't give them air. Islam needs to be recognized as what it is, and it needs to die. So, yes, today the speech unit is fully installed because I have slept last night. I don't think in words, so when I get tired, like I'm still thinking, but the part of my brain that I like turn on to connect thought to word is not fully operational, and so I stumble over my words a lot because going from idea to English is its own step for me. So.
Yep, we got full capacity Mary today, so be on the alert, be prepared to be destroyed if you are against Mary today. Angel of Michael says, please like the video. Absolutely, make sure to like this stream so that it can be spread to a broader audience. Shall we dive right in, Mary?
Yes, we shall. We're going to start with not with me. We're going to start with Jay this time. And then,
well, you shared your screen.
I did. I wanted to have it pre-ready. We're going to start with Jay this time. Other times, for some of them, we're going to go to the source first. But this time, just to have clarity first. But this time, I want to catch his misrepresentation, bluntly, his misrepresentation of the information, and clarify it when we go into it rather than addressing it ahead of time. So let's jump right
So this is from Islam Confuses Christians and Muslims?
well,
Question
it
mark,
certainly
exclamation mark,
confuses
question?
J. Smith. And unfortunately, he causes confusion in other people, and that should not be tolerated. We shouldn't tolerate the creation of confusion. We need to be accurate. And my question for everyone is, how accurate is what he is saying? We are going to find out.
Louise said, I've never heard Dr. J say such a thing. Well, he may not have said those exact words, but you're about to see him.
And in this one, he portrays everyone who disagrees with him as Muslims. And he does this very frequently. Either you agree with J. Smith or you're a Muslim, as he wildly misrepresents things. And that is a rhetorical tactic. And that should not be tolerated either. You should not I don't represent J. Smith as a Muslim because he says inaccurate things. But he is going to continuously say, the Muslims need to answer us. We are the Christians. Muslims need to answer us. And everyone who disagrees with him is a Muslim, and he will enforce this over and over again. And this is really, he will say, Christians disagree with me, and then turn around 3 minutes later and say the Muslims and represent them as that. So go ahead.
In any case, we're going to be looking at, well, Jay is going to at least be talking about whether he's actually looking at. We might get to look at the actual sources a little bit later, but he's going to be talking about some early primary sources, 7th century, early 8th century at the latest, sources about Muhammad.
We're going to take a look at, I think, the claim by John of Antioch.
Yeah, let's go back to the slides and just remind ourselves. Linden went with the Pact of Umar, which completely contradicts Sophronius, writing in the same year, who actually was writing in that year. This Pact of Umar is written by Al-Tabari from the 10th century, redacted back. That is probably the 12th or 13th century. It could be even an Ottoman document. Nonetheless, we would go with the 7th century Sophronius.
There is not a human being other than J. Smith who says that it could be Ottoman. It could be redacted. It could be whatever. It could be, no. Everyone agrees that the first surviving appearance of the text of not the Pact of Umar, there are different documents. This is the Assurance of Umar. It is not the Pact of Umar, but the first appearance of the text of the Assurance of Umar is in Al-Tabari. There were references to the Assurance of Umar from Waqidi, who is from the middle, who died in the middle of the 8th century. So, and this is the first surviving reference to it. The first surviving text is from the 10th century. No one says that, because our last complete manuscript is whatever date, this text is from that date. Again, Jay is saying things that no reputable historian will agree with. But let's say, with reputable historians, that the text of the Assurance of Umar, which he is falsely labeling as the Pact of Umar, is first represented by someone who died in the early 10th century.
So let me just point out a couple things here. So on his slide, I think he's, well, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's not actually talking about this today. He's just reminding from the last episode, but it says problems. Note how different this is from Sophronius's earlier letters, suggesting a later bias. Now, Sophronius is not a Muslim.
No,
right?
He's
This
a
is
Christian.
Muslim sources. So you would expect different biases from a Christian source and an Islamic source. That doesn't indicate it's a later date.
Oh,
You would
well,
just
I
naturally
mean, we will go into the issues with the assurance of Umar text.
Well, I'm not
And-
saying that it is earlier. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that it doesn't follow from this.
No, it
right?
doesn't. But he isn't going to tell you what the differences are, because who does he say these invaders are? They're
Well, according to him, they're supposed to be Christians,
yes.
right? They're
So
monophysite Christians or something along those lines, and they're invading. And
yeah. So let's look at what Sophronius says.
well, hold on. Let me also point this out. Earliest reference to this pact is from Muhammad ibn Jarir al-Tabri, proving it's a later glossy. I don't know what a glossy redaction is anyway, from the 10th century back to the 7th century. No, that does not
prove anything.
Okay, first of
That's
all,
nonsense.
that wouldn't be like an insertion. If it was an insertion, which I think is what he means by glossy redaction, into the text, it would be in a 7th century document written later on. A 10th century document can't be redacted back to the 7th century. That's like saying that if you go and you buy yourself a history textbook, like go to your local bookstore, buy a history textbook that's talking about the Roman Empire. It's redacted back to the time of the Roman Empire.
And the fact is, he consistently uses the phrase redacted back to wrongly. I don't think he knows what that phrase means. I honestly don't. He uses it often, and he does not seem to understand what it means.
Yeah, I mean, you're allowed to write about the past. Now, if you're claiming it's contemporary while you're writing it, well, then that would be a forgery. But someone writing in the 10th century about what happened in the 7th century is not fraud, which is what he's trying to imply here. Now, did you want me to bring up your slide?
Yes. So, Sophronius of Jerusalem, what he actually wrote, is this consistent with J. Smith's thesis? Does Sophronius reflect what J. Smith says? This is an undisputed testimony of the Christian Bishop of Jerusalem, speaking in 4 different sources total, 2 sermons at length. There's a portion that he added to as he was updating something. He added a paragraph to bring things to the present time that is preserved in a Georgian translation. And then there is a letter where he briefly mentions them. Let us see if this matches what J. Smith says about the Muslims. So, because the Christians, he's giving a sermon, and he's saying, if you are, if you were more pious and did not tolerate sin amongst yourselves and others, then God wouldn't have allowed the evil Saracens. Wait one second.
Apparently, Mary had a emergency there. So Mr. Abdul here in the chat said monotheism is believing in one and only one God. I agree. That is the correct definition of monotheism. 3 gods are not a monotheism. I agree too. But if you're trying to say that Christians believe in 3 gods, then you're as clueless as the author of the Quran, who also seems to think this. Just because your God, so-called God, is too dumb to know what Christians actually believe doesn't mean that you have to repeat his stupidity. Your God is very, very dumb. He thinks that Christians believe in 3 gods. No Christian ever in the history of Christianity has believed in 3 gods. So just because your God is dumb doesn't mean you have to be as well.
Sorry about that. I had a child actually have something that they actually needed to really talk to me about. So anyway, so they're saying that they are prevented from entering Bethlehem by way of the road because by tradition, a procession for hundreds of years from the 4th century onward, they would have a procession beginning in Bethlehem all the way into Jerusalem. People would walk the entire distance of 6 miles and have religious services first in the field of the shepherds and then they would walk all the way into Jerusalem and have it in the Holy Sepulchre.
So we have, hold on, Mary, we have Positive Vibes here, who consistently demonstrates unchristian-like behavior, coming in and saying, you like to misrepresent Jay Smith, but why do you call yourself a Christian? Well, the reason I call myself a Christian is because I place my faith in Jesus Christ and his completed work on the cross and him alone. That makes me a Christian. Now, as far as misrepresenting Jay Smith goes, how could you possibly know I've misrepresented him if you just got here? If you had actually been here, you would have seen that we played his exact words, read the exact words from his slide. Now, if that's misrepresenting Jay, then you need to talk to Jay about the words he says and the words that are on his slides that misrepresent him, not us. Thank you.
And you need to either name the misrepresentation that we have done, or you need to apologize. If you do anything else, you will be blocked for the day. You will be timed out. Jay Smith has been running away from me for 2 years now. I am not scared to debate him. He is frightened of me. He will not debate me on the topic of the Quran in the 7th century because he knows he is saying things that are completely unsupportable and untrue.
Mary, you gotta let me read the comments before you respond to them.
Go ahead.
So Kevin says, if that Mary and Thaddeus are so accurate, why are you afraid to debate with Jay? That's quite interesting, since we've been challenging Jay to a debate for, as Mary said, 2 years on this subject, and we've been challenging him to debate every single show recently. Well, I mean, every single show that's about him, obviously, not unrelated ones. And I'll just go ahead and say it again for you, Kevin. Please tell Jay Smith to debate Mary. Mary has challenged him multiple times. I've challenged him multiple times on her behalf. He tentatively agreed 2 years ago and then got busy and it never happened. He no longer has any interest in doing it. He says that Mary's beneath him. He says that we're not on his level. We're not worthy of his debate time, or whatever other excuse he wants to give. That's his prerogative. He's not forced to debate someone, but you can't come in here and say that we're cowards afraid of Jay Smith. That is not acceptable. Okay? I'm not saying he's afraid of Mary. He might have a variety of reasons why he doesn't want to debate her. But it has nothing to do with Mary being afraid. Jay never said every early Muslim is a Christian. Yeah, by saying Islam didn't exist.
Islam did not exist.
Islam didn't exist. What are they
Muslims
then?
Didn't exist. He said Islam did not exist. Muslims did not exist. These are Christians. So now apologize, or you will be blocked.
Yeah, Positive Vibes. Fine, I'm not worthy of it. Who cares? Why are you here? Why are you here?
He is here to represent the spirit of Jay Smith and what he.
Well, he's certainly here to. I don't want to attribute it to Jay Smith, but he's certainly here to represent the spirit of evil. He comes in, he attacks us relentlessly, and then he complains when we respond to him.
And again, he is lying about what Jay Smith said, because Jay Smith said they are Christians. They are not Muslims. He doesn't need to say the words, every single individual in this group was a believing Christian who was baptized. No, he said they are Christians. They are not Muslims. They are Muslims. They are not Christians.
So, well, I put the word every in the title. So if Jay didn't say those exact words, then I'm misrepresenting him. Meanwhile, Jay Smith goes on and does live streams saying how I'm out for money, but that's not him misrepresenting me in any way whatsoever.
We are talking specifically about the sources that he claims that are saying that everyone that they are interacting with are Christians. So try again. Now, nomos are the crying little children who cannot be accurate for 5 seconds.
Hey, Mr. Positive. Yeah, I lied. Okay, fine. I lied. I'm a lying piece of crap. Got it. I'm going to change the name of the stream for this absolute genius here. To Jay Smith says 99.999999999% of early Muslims were Christians, since he didn't say the word every.
All right. He is saying that everyone who is being referenced, who is being talked about, is actually a Christian. Now, again, let's see whether or not Sophronius, whom he says that these sources are authentic, if he is talking about Christians. Is Sophronius talking about Christians, or is he talking about people who are not Christians? Right? At once that of the Philistines, as once that of the Philistines, so now the army of the godless Saracens has captured the divine Bethlehem. They are godless. Are they Christians? Yes or no? No, they are godless. They're threatening slaughter and destruction if we leave this holy city and dare to approach our beloved and sacred Bethlehem. If we are to live as dear and pleasing to God, we would rejoice over the fall of the Saracen enemy. So, live as good Christians, the Saracen enemy will fall, and we will observe their near ruin and witness their final demise, for their blood-loving blade will enter their hearts. Their bow will be broken and their arrows fixed in them. Whoops. Where are the... there we go. All right. Then again, toward the end of the siege, he says, but the present circumstances are forcing me to think differently. And this is a sermon telling Christians how they should behave. Okay? Christians, how to behave. But the present circumstances are forcing me to think differently about our way of life. For why are so many wars being fought among us? Why do barbarian raids abound? Why are troops of the Saracens attacking us? Saracen is a synonym for Arab. It is a synonym. Why has there been so much destruction and plunder? Why are there incessant outpourings of human blood? Why are the birds of the sky devouring human bodies? Why have churches been pulled down? Do Christians pull down churches? Or do godless, pagan Muslims pull down churches? Why is the cross mocked? Do Christians
we got
mock the
a
cross?
Muslim in the chat who is obviously a big fan of Jay Smith. Imagine wasting your life on these weak documents. Actually get an education or degree, or use your brain, kids. You know what you would get, what you'd read if you actually got an education on 7th century history? You would read documents like this, these weak documents.
Well, rather than the nonsense that he thinks are passed down through the telephone game, which literally no one considers to be an authentic document from anyone ever, except for an authentic way of passing down information. Muslims made this up to try to say why what they have are authentic. They invented the chain method long after the first two people in any chain were dead. They're like, we totally need this. We totally need this. So everyone get on topic, or I'm throwing you out today. I am not in the mood to play with children being brats. All right.
Yep. So for the Muslims, you need to be on topic. That was technically on topic, right? So, because he was talking about weak documents or whatever. You shouldn't have timed him out for that, Mary.
I'm getting annoyed at people being...
Well, just ignore them. I handle the chat. You do the presentation.
All right. So I'll leave time to go out for 5 minutes. Maybe he can behave when he comes back. All right. So why is the cross mocked? Do Christians mock the cross? No, pagans do. These are pagans. Why is Christ, who is the dispenser of all things, good things, and the provider of joyousness of ours, blasphemed by pagan mouths? They're pagans. So he justly cries out, because of you, my name is blasphemed among the pagans. And this is the worst of all the terrible things that are happening to us. That is why the vengeful and God-hating Saracens, they're God-hating. So Muslims are God-haters. They are the abomination of desolation, so clearly foretold to us by the prophets. Again, abomination of desolation. That would be antichrist. Are they Christians? Are these people Christians? Louisa, if you're still here, is this how you talk about Christians? Do you call them antichrist. You call them the abomination of desolation. They overrun the places which are not allowed to them, plunder cities, devastate fields, etc., etc. They set on fire the holy churches. They overturn the sacred monasteries. They oppose the Byzantine armies arrayed against them, and in the fighting raise up the trophies of war and add victory to victory. Moreover, they are raised up more and more against us and increase their blasphemy of Christ and the church. Do Christians blaspheme Christ and the church? And yes, I agree with Tyler. Saying our martyrs who were killed by pagan barbarians were wrong in their descriptions is insulting to the church and their memories. Yes, it is. This is one of the reasons that the nomos annoy me so deeply, is that they are insulting the memories of the people who were slaughtered by these pagan devils. Those God fighters boast of prevailing over all, assiduously and unrestrainedly imitating their leader, who is the devil. Their leader is Satan. Is the leader of Christians, are they Satan? No, the leader of Muslims is Satan. Emulating his vanity, because of which he has been expelled from heaven and been assigned to the gloomy shades. Yet these vile ones would not have accomplished this, nor seized such a great degree of power as to do and utter lawlessly all these things, unless we had first insulted the gift of baptism and first defiled the purification, and in this way grieved Christ, the giver of gifts, and prompted him to be angry with us, good though he is, and though he takes no pleasure in evil, being the fount of all kindness, and not wishing to behold the ruin and destruction of men. We are ourselves in truth responsible for all these things, and no word will be found in our defense. What word or place will be given our defense when we have taken all these gifts from him, defiled them, and defiled everything with our vile actions? Meaning that you're baptized, but you do not live as Christians should.
We do have, I don't know if I want to call this pushback, but anyway, once if they're initiating war for second coming of Jesus, they are Christians.
No.
Is the response here by Cargo Crew. Okay, one, that's not a Christian doctrine. Two, that's not remotely what Sophronius is describing. So I'm not sure why you said it anyway.
Are Muslims today Christians, Cargo Crew?
I mean, Muslims are looking to initiate a war for what you could definitely call the second coming of Jesus. So apparently that makes them Christians. Yeah. I mean, that Muslims today, right?
Yep. So we, however, let's see, okay. Before his death, he wrote another writing that was the update that was found in the Georgian translation of he was updating something, historical document to the present. And he says, the godless Saracens entered the holy city of Christ our Lord, Jerusalem, with the permission of God and in punishment for our negligence, which is considerably, and immediately proceeded in haste to the place which is called the capital. That means the Temple Mount. They took with them men, some by force, others by their own will, in order to clean that place and build that cursed thing intended for their prayer, which they call a mosque. This is about the Al-Aqsa Mosque that Umar built. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is not the same thing as Dome of the Rock. For some reason, people confuse the two. Al-Aqsa Mosque is a cursed
let me pause you again, Mary. We got Kevin here. Jay didn't attack you. Okay, first of all, he did. He did attack me personally, repeatedly. He also personally attacked Mary repeatedly. But let's leave that aside. But you guys did first. Where did I ever attack Jay Smith? I only attacked his ideas. I'm sorry that you find that so offensive. I'm sorry that that's personal to you, to attack an idea. We've been doing this for over 2 years. I know that you only became aware of it when Jay Smith went on a little rant about how evil Mary and I are on his own channel. But we have, in fact, been doing this historical critique for 2 years. If you consider that attacking Jay, then I guess we've been attacking Jay for 2 years. But in fact, we're only attacking his ideas. I have repeatedly, including at the start of this stream, declared that Jay Smith is a Christian. I've declared that he is a great evangelist, that he has an amazing heart for Jesus, that I like him personally. that I considered him to be maybe not a friend, technically speaking, because I didn't know him that well, but, you know, a friendly acquaintance. People in the chat box can feel your hatred towards Jay. I have zero hatred towards Jay. Zero. What I have hatred towards is false ideas and, as you call them, lies. Yes, let me just put this back up on the screen for you here, okay? This is Jay's slide. This is a lie. This is a lie on the bottom of his screen. I got to take your comment off so you can see it. The earliest reference to the pact is from Al-Tabri. That part is true, proving it's just a later glossy redaction from the 10th century back to the 7th century. That's a lie. That it does not prove anything. Al-Tabri wrote in the 10th century. Writing about something that happened in the 7th century in the 10th century is not a glossy redaction back to the 7th century. That is a lie. I'm sorry, that's a lie. Jay Smith is lying. All right, Mary, sorry.
All right, so again, a cursed thing. He calls where they pray a cursed thing. A cursed thing. Yes. And by the way, let's keep in mind that Jay Smith said that Daughter of Christ and Jai were not on the same level as Mel the school teacher and lacked Mel the school teacher's credentials, which is insane. Mel, who cannot read any language but English, does not understand how languages work, and wildly freely associates in English between various things, and cannot understand anything that he reads. Because he has been involved in conspiracy theories for a while, he is super knowledgeable.
So we got Abdul, the absolute genius here, saying he agrees with Jay Smith. So you agree with Jay Smith here that Muhammad didn't exist and that there was no Islam in the 7th century or 8th century. Really? That's what you agree with? Do we have any clue what we're even talking about? You absolute genius. You just agreed that your prophet is a myth. That's Jay Smith's position. That's what he's arguing for. Maybe pay attention instead of just saying, oh, I heard that he said that Muhammad's in the Bible. I agree.
All right. So, in another undated letter, this was near the end of his life. He died in 638. So he died very soon after the Islamic conquest. He was quite elderly. And he talks about, toward the end, he is asking that God grant things. And he asks that asking God to grant this to our Christ-loving and most gentle emperors, a strong and vigorous scepter to break the pride of all the barbarians, especially of the Saracens, who on account of our sins have now risen up against us unexpectedly and ravage all with cruel and feral design, with impious and godless audacity. So Muslims are pagans. The people attacking them are pagans. They're godless. More than ever, therefore, we entreat your holiness to make urgent petitions to Christ so that he, receiving those favorably from you, may quickly quell their mad insolence and deliver these vile emperors as before to be the footstool of our God-given emperors. Now, let's go back and see. Now, does that match what Jay Smith says about the early Muslims? No.
So pause for 1 second here. So Abdul says, don't straw man me, bud. I said I agree here that early Muslims were Christians. Yeah, you don't. You apparently don't know what those words mean. They were not Muslims. They were only Christians. They weren't Christians who became Muslims. They were simply Christians, according to Jay Smith. And the other one where he said prophet was in original Bible. Okay, Jay Smith didn't say that, you absolute moron. He did not say that. He said that Mohammed was a title of Jesus and is found in Song of Solomon. He is completely and totally stupid. It is not a title of Jesus. It is not. Yes, the word is found in Song of Solomon, but just an ordinary word meaning lovely thing. And Jay Smith didn't say anything like what you're claiming he said. what is this? What is it with Jay Smith? You got his fans coming in and saying, "Oh, he didn't say that Muslims were Christian, that the Muslims were Christians," and then you got the Muslims coming in and saying he absolutely did say that, and neither one of you understand what he actually said. It's just mind blowing how no one can understand what Jay Smith says. Apparently.
All right, let's go back to Jay Smith and continue from where we were. So now that we know what St. Sophronius said,
now I do want to
completely it disagrees with how Jay Smith represents the early Muslims. He says that they represent the abomination of desolation. That makes them antichrists. It makes them pagans, godless, fighters against Christ, all of these things. All right, let's go ahead and continue his talking.
Yep. Give me 1 second. I actually need to re-share this. It got messed up. And I do want to point out that actually, ironically, Jay is correct here. The Pact of Umar, or whatever you called it.
Assurance of Umar. He's misrepresenting which one.
It's in fact in disagreement with Sophronius, because what does it say, right? He gave them assurance of safety, their property, their churches, and their crosses.
For their churches and crosses. Mm-hmm.
Right. But elsewhere, Jay says that, Umar. So basically what he's saying, I think the only way to make his position consistent is that the Pact of, or the assurance of Umar is true and Sophronius is false.
But the crazy thing is that he's saying that Pact of Umar is false and Sophronius is true without telling you what Umar.
I know. He's saying they disagree. He's saying they present a very different perspective. We know that Umar can't be right, but then he's simultaneously saying
that they're Christians,
that all these so-called early Muslims were actually Christians because they weren't going against the cross. They weren't going against the churches.
I know.
They weren't going against the Christian property.
All right. Go ahead.
So he wants to have it both ways. He says they disagree, which is technically true, but then he says that this is proof that Umar's made up and Sophronius is true, but Sophronius says us that they don't oppose the cross because they're not Muslims.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre because the people who want to have Jay Smith's opinion, guess what they usually do? They usually say that, oh, this assurance of Umar is completely legitimate, every bit of it. All right, let's go ahead and play him for a while. And
7th century, this character, whoever this devil they call him, is anything but the Muhammad of Islam. And the Pact of Umar gives a much more beautiful gloss of this character named Umar. We know that this Umar comes from Hira, just south of what is today Baghdad.
Oh, and by the way,
straight to the east.
If you'll pause this. This was at the time.
For a while. That makes me pause after 2 seconds.
Yeah, but he says, "Oh, this Umar's from Hira." This was whenever he was deciding that Islam came out of Hira because there was a person who was a leader in Hira, which is the Lakhmid state, and he waged some fights in the 7th century, and he was an Arab. And so he must have been the original Muhammad. And then from there, he went, well, no, Muhammad's in Petra, but this other figure is some sort of Umar is coming from this place because he made it up. This is just nonsense. He's just spouting complete and utter nonsense right now. But
then we have an absolute genius comment from Shabana, the male Muslim with a female name. Muhammad didn't exist just like the Trinity before the Council of Nicaea. Laughy faces. Correct, right? These two propositions are equally credible, that Muhammad didn't exist and that the Trinity didn't exist before the Council of Nicaea. Now, I think because you're a Muslim, you were trying to say that it's a joke that Muhammad didn't exist, but of course the Trinity didn't exist. But that's not what your sentence says at all. You don't seem to even be able to form a coherent sentence. Good job.
All right.
So now we move now, and we're still in the 7th century, and we're going to John 1 of Antioch.
Okay, go ahead and stop it, and we'll see what the actual Pact of Umar, or Umar's assurance and the Pact of Umar is, because they are different things. So here's Umar's
It
assurance.
even says not to be confused with the Pact of Umar at the top there.
So how responsible is J. Smith if he is immediately confused and teaches wrongly that Umar's assurance and the Pact of Umar are the same thing? Because what historians say about the Pact of Umar is not what they say about Umar's assurance. Umar's assurance is an assurance of safety given by Umar al-Khattab to the people of Alia, the late Roman name for Jerusalem. They didn't even have the correct name, by the way. In Arabic, they still say Alia instead of Jerusalem because they don't even know the name properly, because Muhammad had no idea that the name was Jerusalem ever. Several versions exist with different views of their authenticity. So there are several versions of this text. That means that at most one can be the authentic actual thing. The traditional view ascribes it to Caliph Umar at the time when Muslims captured Jerusalem. The guarantee given to Christians regarding their church and property makes it one of the most important documents in the history of this day. The significance is discussed by early Muslim historians, such as Waqidi. So what does he do? Waqidi does what? He talks about it being important. So he's, he didn't die in the middle of the 7th century. He's born in the middle, or 8th century. He's born in the middle of the 8th century. But the text of the document is included in abridged or in full and works from the late 9th, 10th, and later centuries. So Al-Tabari here is being thought of as most likely being late 9th at this point. Opinions on the authenticity of differ on the authenticity of different versions of the assurance. Many historians have questioned the authenticity of the Christian versions of this pact and argue that such documents were forged by Christian scribes to secure the possession of some religious sites. So Umar did something that Muslims had a memory of and recognized, and Christians took advantage of this to secure their property against the Muslims who would want to steal them otherwise. Because what happens anytime Muslims go into an area, they steal the churches, they steal the holy sites, they will even steal pagan temples, they will steal anything that they can because they are thieves and brigands. So some historians consider aspects of the version by Al-Tabari copied from Saif ibn Umar, who died between 687 and 809, to be authentic. So again, he copied it from something that was early 9th century, late 8th century. So already we are out of the 10th century, well out of the 10th century, to be authentic. Some folks say that the language of the covenant and its details appear authentic and reliable in keeping with what was known of Jerusalem at that time. I would say that what Christians were doing is inserting extra words in something and just leaving out the parts they didn't like, because we have texts of the Pact of Umar which follow much more closely with what one would expect. There's nothing in any of these sources that talk about Sophronius. So his weird preoccupation with, so let us say Sophronius, nothing references Sophronius. So
I think his only point was that Sophronius and the assurance paint a different picture.
Yeah, they paint a different picture, and but like he does this weird assertion of connecting Sophronius specifically to this text that isn't really warranted, like in some way, like as if it's that.
I don't think that was the case, but in any case,
anyway,
I thought you were done. Sorry.
No. So you have the two commanders here. In Jerusalem include Amr ibn al-As. So in Jerusalem there is a general named Amr ibn al-As, and you'll see him confuse this with someone totally different later on in the same stream, because he just doesn't care about accuracy. So here are various sources talking about it existing. Waqidi talked about existing. Baladhuri talked about existing. Ibn al-Athar talked about existing, etc., etc. And then other people had the text either abridged or as a long text in various sources. Now, this is a little bit confusing because this is not actually the text of the Jerusalem version, which is even funnier because, this is what he's quoting. Portions of what J. Smith is quoting is that, but that's not the text of the one given to the people of Jerusalem. So here is the letter that was supposedly given to all provinces except to the people of Jerusalem, which is this is the assurance that they granted to the people of Jerusalem. So it was like after Jerusalem was taken, here is a text that he's sending out to other places after this point. So it should be similar to what was given to Jerusalem, but we don't have any text that is the supposed text to Jerusalem itself. Okay. He has given them an assurance of safety for themselves, their property, their churches, and their crosses. Those bits, churches and crosses, are very likely added in. We'll find out why this is so in a second. The sick and healthy of the city, and for all the rituals belonging to their religions. Their churches will not be inhabited by Muslims and will not be destroyed. Now, what's interesting is at this time, during the reign of the Umayyads following Umar, guess what? They stole churches. They didn't steal all the churches, but they stole some of the churches. They will not be destroyed, neither they or the land on which they stand. And this is supposed to be after the peace was made, not during the war, but after the peace, to be clear. Neither they, nor the land on which they stand, nor their cross, nor their property will be damaged. Again, there are some additions here. They will not be forcibly converted. No Jew will live with them in Jerusalem. The people of Jerusalem must pay the poll tax like the people of the other cities, and they must expel the Byzantines and the robbers. As for those who will leave the city, their lives and property will be safe until they reach their place of safety. And as for those who will remain, they will be safe. They will have to pay the poll tax like the people of Jerusalem. Those of the people of Jerusalem who want to leave with the Byzantines, take their property, and abandon their churches and crosses will be safe until they reach their place of safety. And he chose to omit chunks of this that leaves an odd idea. Those villagers who were in Jerusalem before the killing of so-and-so may remain in the city if they wish. So if they don't even have the original text, whoever that was, they don't even know who it was. But they must pay the poll tax like the people of Jerusalem. Those who wish may go with the Byzantines, and those who wish may return to their families. Nothing will be taken from them before their harvest is reaped. So you have to pay the tax after the harvest. If they pay the full tax according to their obligations, and the contents of this letter are under the covenant of Allah and are the responsibility of his prophet, of the caliphs, and of the faithful. The persons who attest to this are blah, blah, blah. So, and that was supposed to be written and prepared at the end of the siege, after it was taken as part of the terms of surrender. The rest of the letters were identical to the letter of Lydda, in contrast to the other one. And the reason why Al-Tabari is saying this is because there are multiple versions of his letter that are circulating now. So he's deducing that these went to the other places in Palestine other than Jerusalem, and this one went to other Syrian cities outside of Palestine. And then this is supposed to be, he has awarded to Lydda and all the people of Palestine who are in the same category. Oh, well, this is also Palestine, so that makes even less sense. He gave them an assurance of safety for themselves, for their property, their churches, their crosses, their sick and healthy, etc., etc. Their churches will not be inhabited by the Muslims, will not be destroyed, neither their churches, etc., etc. And it's just a shorter version of the same. It's abbreviated versions. So this is not the Pact of Umar. The Pact of Umar is considered to be far more likely to be authentic. So let's, in just a second, switch over to the Pact of Umar, which is way more likely to be authentic. Because
before you do that, Mary, I just wanted to bring Jay's slide back up here to demonstrate that he is in fact been labeling this the Pact of Umar, and he actually attributes this to Mark Cohen here. I suspect that if we go and read Mark Cohen's paper, he will have grossly distorted what Mark Cohen is saying. I don't know that for a fact, but he is in fact, I just wanted to show that he is in fact mislabeling this document.
Yeah, he is mislabeling this document. If 30 years of J. Smith's research cannot get him to correctly identify the assurance of Umar and gets him to confuse it with the Pact of Umar, he has no business teaching anyone any history. He just doesn't. This is like the first thing you learn about the assurance of Umar. You should not confuse it with the Pact of Umar. So this is almost universally accepted by Islamic scholars, some secular scholars, and more recently, certain influential Islamic apologists and reformers have doubted the authenticity. Reformers have doubted it because they want it to be nicer. They want it to be nicer. But what has not been disagreed about is what is described within this document was practiced by early Muslims. The use of distinguishing marks is consistent with documentary and archaeological evidence from the 7th and 8th century Iraq and Syria. So what one will find is that it is very similar to the assurance, but the assurance leaves out things that Christians don't want remembered and adds a few words in there to give Christians more rights. So this is the text that was sent to all the cities. So such and such city, it's just a fill in the blank. Here's a new city. When you Muslims, when you came to us, we requested safety for ourselves, children, property, and followers of our religion. We made a condition on ourselves that. So basically, the Christians must agree or saying that they are agreeing to this. Now, listen how much more this matches the kinds of things that Christians will record the Muslims doing. We will neither erect in our areas a monastery or church or a sanctuary for a monk. So they're not allowed to build any new churches. They're not allowed to build any new monasteries. Why? Because these are pagan anti-Christians. They're pagans. They're Muslims. Nor restore any place of worship that needs restoration. Again, the destruction of the churches is their goal. Nor use them for any purpose of enmity against Muslims. We will not prevent any Muslim from resting in our churches when they come by day or night, and we will open the doors of houses of worship for the wayfarer and passerby. Basically, it was a pagan custom of the sanctuaries of the pagans, the shrines, that they would hang out in the shrines and like eat there and get special stuff just to hang out there and like get benefits from their pagan gods. And so they think they ought to be allowed to camp out in the churches like they camp out in their pagan mosques. Even today, Muslims camp out in their mosques because it's a pagan practice. And then the Muslims have to be fed and given food for 3 days. Fed and allowed to sleep there for 3 days. We will not allow a spy against Muslims into our churches or homes to hide deceit against Muslims. We will not teach our children the Quran. So why wouldn't they teach their children the Quran? Because if the Christians find out what's in the Quran and what it says about what they believe, Muslims get absolutely decimated. And this had already become clear to Umar when the Najranis came and handed Muhammad's butt to him. Anytime Christians find out about what is in the Quran and they talk about it, Muslims are humiliated. And so they don't want Christians finding out what they believe. Now, again, something that J. Smith goes on about is, Quran doesn't exist now. It doesn't exist. It isn't here. It isn't this. It isn't that. Here's a reference to it, and it's considered to be one of the earliest ones where it is, and here it's probably like a generic term, like recitation or something like that. It's probably not a capital Q yet. But it often refers to itself as a recitation. So you may not learn our recitations, basically. Publicize the practices of shirk, aka actual Christianity, because Muhammad didn't know what Christians believed. Invite anyone to shirk, so you cannot teach anyone about Christianity or prevent any fellows from embracing Islam if they choose to do so, the false religion of the pagan Muslims. We will respect Muslims and move from the places we sit. They choose to sit in them. We will not imitate their clothing, caps, turbans, sandals, hairstyles, speech, nicknames, title names, ride on saddles, hang swords on the shoulders, collect weapons of any kind, or carry these weapons. So again, the right to bear arms is, of course, something that Muslims would want to control because they are vastly outnumbered at this time. So the subjugation, humiliation of the people is their goal. Not encrypt our stamps in Arabic, sell liquor, will not have the front of our hair cut because, or we will have the front of our hair cut because Muhammad had long forelocks that he curled. And so, the popular male style at the time among Christians was to have the front of their hair cropped, but that was if you weren't a priest, they grew out their hair. But now everyone has to cut their bangs. We will wear our customary clothes wherever we are, belts around our waist, framed from erecting crosses outside the churches. So here, all the external crosses were ripped down and would continue to be ripped down. Demonstrating them in our books in public in Muslim fairways and markets, which is basically they claim that they own everything. We will not sound the bells in our churches except discreetly. So no loud ringing of bells or raise our voices while reciting our holy books inside our churches in the presence of Muslims, because Muslims might find out what we actually believe instead of the false things that they're taught that they believe, and then they'll leave Islam. Or light torches and funeral processions in the fairways of Muslims or their markets. So you can no longer have processions for the dead with torches, which were common then. Will not bury our dead next to the Muslim dead. Yeah, they didn't want to, because you guys are pagans and should not be in Christian burials. Or by servants who were captured by the Muslims. So Christians could not buy back the slaves that Muslims made. We will be guides for Muslims and refrain from breaching their privacy in their homes as they invade Christian homes. And we will not beat any Muslim. So then our Dhimmi, and that's not promise of protection, it's humiliation. It is the state of humiliation in which we are allowed to exist. And this is consistent with what was found in early sources. This may not have been the exact text of Umar's Pact. I'm not saying that there's sufficient evidence for that, but for the contents to be the basic rules under which Christians were governed from the time of Umar forward, yes. Yes. And this is very consistent. This explains why this is consistent, why this fits in with early Islamic jurisprudence. Although from the perspective of contemporary Middle Eastern regimes, the strictures of the Pact of Umar were unremarkable insofar as they reflected the religious intolerance of their age, they are pretty unusual. Their enduring use in Islamic fiqh points to the fundamental inferiority and savageness of Islamic Sharia, etc., etc. So this is consistent with all the rules that Umar would have had, and all the rules being described by early sources that Christians had to live under. This is consistent with it, and this is the pact. The assurance is not the pact. There were numerous forgeries done by Christians in self-defense to keep the Muslims from stealing their places, and Muslims were so illiterate then that they usually got away with them. They usually got away with saying that as long as they were somewhat humiliated, they got away with tampering with things. So the assurance of Umar, yeah, the protection for the churches, the protection for the cross, yeah, that's almost certainly because they did smash the crosses anytime they were found outside, and that is no. So again, J. Smith does not even accurately represent which is the Pact of Umar and which is the assurance of Umar, or talk about how they are different in their context and in what way they're different in their context, or specifically, he just completely neglects to mention that most people consider the variants that are found in assurances of Umar to be what? To be Christian forgeries for their protection. He's not talking about that because it absolutely destroys his own claims about these people being Christian.
Yeah, I mean, he's just all over the place, right? He wants to say that it's not legitimate, and then he wants to say the contents, however, do accurately reflect the 7th century. And this raises a big question because why would Muslims be cooperative with Christians in the 7th century if they weren't actually Christians themselves? You see, the document's totally fake, but I'm going to go with what it says anyway. I mean, he's just all over the place. It makes no sense. Let me address a couple comments from the audience before we move on. First, 5 gifted from Jack Ray.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
Oh, Jack Ray definitely taking that advice and saying it very often. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted. Coltrane. Could an argument be made that Muslims are an offshoot of the Arian heresy? I think that's where St. John of Damascus was with Muslims. I mean, you could make that argument. That's not what John of Damascus is saying, though. He's saying that
he is not saying
Muhammad
that
got
at
some
all.
ideas from an Arian monk, and then he invented his own unique heresy that is not Arianism. That's what
Right.
John of Damascus
And the
is
reason
actually
why
saying.
and the reason why he's saying that is because Muslims think that Christians believe that Jesus was a creation who came into being at the conception who came into being at the conception of Jesus in Mary's womb. And that would be a misconception even of what Arians believe. So what he's saying is, okay, fine. They say that he talked to a monk. Well, that monk, not that he has any personal knowledge of the monk, but that monk must have been an Arian for Muhammad to have such stupid ideas about what Christians believe. And not even that he understood the monk correctly. No one is saying that Muslims were Arians. No one was saying that. J. Smith is like imputing that to John of Damascus because apparently he cannot understand the words that John of Damascus is saying. And the idea of it being a heresy, he called Judaism a heresy too. He called the pagan Scythian faith a heresy too. He was just talking about all non-Christian faiths. So anyone who identifies themselves as Christian and has false beliefs would be in the same camp as the polytheistic Scythians, Jews, and Muslims. So that's what he's saying. And it's just massively misrepresented. Cargo Crew, I have actually, he asked about the...
if you're going to get the rock inscription, Mary, come on.
Yeah.
I got that. You don't have to monitor the chat.
Yep,
They has to address the fake rock inscription in Mel's channel. Well, first of all, I don't have to do anything. Second of all, the reason Mel calls it a fake is he compared 2 photos. This is the same guy who took a photo of a painting and analyzed it for esoteric ideas about a 14th century painting giving secret history about the true nature of the origins of Islam. I don't trust his analysis, Cargo Crew. I don't think to be blunt, I think it has zero value whatsoever, his analysis of why based on a photo, which he calls a satellite photo, which makes no sense whatsoever. But a photo of a rock that he determined it's fake because
He decided
says
it was.
so. His analysis is worthless to me. Show me an academic study that says it's fake. Could
Now,
it be
to be
fake?
clear-
Sure. I mean, it could be, but even if it was, it'd be irrelevant. It's not like any of our cases based on some random rock inscription.
Yep. And to be clear, the rock inscription was complete when it was photographed by the first person who ever photographed it, who published. It took him a few years to actually publish a full paper about it because he was taking photos of a bunch of rock inscriptions. At the time, he took a photograph, made drawings, etc., etc. It was complete. It was not missing that portion. The photo that was missing that portion is manipulated, whether intentionally or not. The first recorded person who ever found the inscription found it intact and entire. That part was not missing from it. It does kind of look like in some pictures that it's missing.
Academic study done by Robert Kerr. Where did he publish it, Cargo Crew? Just because Mel says that Robert Kerr said something to him in private doesn't mean he has a published academic study on it. Show me the study.
What we do have is the academic paper by the person who discovered this that has the complete inscription in photograph and in tracing. So what you are saying is that the person who originally documented, discovered it, took the first photo, and took the first tracing, first took a photo.
We got the very strong argument. No way, Mary, it's totally doctored because Mel said so. You realize that the photo could be what's doctored. It doesn't have to be the inscription, right?
The inscription is not doctored. The first person who ever took a photograph of it took the photograph with the full inscription and did the tracing with the full inscription. You are asking for time travel, for it to be there, then not be there, then be there again. That makes no sense whatsoever.
So we also have another J. Smith cult member in the chat here. Andre says, "Will you people stop it with the hatchet job? You are interfering with someone's way of making a living."
If
I'm interfering with Jay's way of making a living, it's because he is wrong and is being dishonest about the material.
Yep.
If Jay Smith is correct, he has nothing to fear.
Yep.
Also, would you come in here and tell me I'm interfering with someone's way of living when I speak against Muhammad hijab? Or is this just like you worshiping Jay Smith as your idol? Saying, Jay can never be wrong. No one should ever question anything Jay Smith says. I shall bow down and worship you, oh great Jay Smith.
Why?
This is what I get from you. When people come in and say this kind of nonsense, lack of grace, self-aggrandizing. Okay. Yeah. Obviously, you can't hold a job because you can't understand. I want you to pay attention. What am I lacking? Tell me one thing. Okay, Andre, I want you to say in the chat, I am listening to what you're saying because I suspect you don't even have your volume on. And give me one thing that I've said that's wrong in this stream. You came in here, you haven't listened to a word that's been said, and you just came in and started attacking us. You want to talk about lack of grace? You want to talk about self-aggrandizing behavior? You want to talk about a garbage way of doing things? Look in the mirror.
Yep. This should not be discussed in private. Let me kill this.
What Jay Smith's teaching is public, Andre.
He is falsely teaching people in public. He is falsely telling people what the Pact of Umar is. He is falsely confusing people and saying things that are not supportable. It is public. It needs to be publicly addressed. He has been corrected privately over and over and over and over and over again. And do you know what he does? He just twists things and continues to teach falsely. He teaches falsely. He's teaching wrong things. And we're ready to go back to his thing. And yes, I do think that Robert Kerr makes many elementary mistakes.
I want you to show
Absolutely.
me where Robert Kerr published a study on this cargo crew. Again, Mel makes up stuff. I'm sorry, he makes up stuff. He says everyone should know this, and then I press him for a source, and he's like, "Well, Robert Kerr told me privately." That's not a source, okay? I want the published study by Robert Kerr. I'm not going to say he made an elementary mistake because I don't even know if he said this.
If he said it, he is very prone to very elementary mistakes. He is not, and he did go, "Oh, it's not authentic." He did actually publicly say this. Here is a.
That's saying something and it being an academic published study are not the same thing. I want the study that justifies this claim. Anyone can say anything, right? I can say that cargo crew made the inscription himself. I can say it. Well, how could you attribute such a fundamental error to Thaddeus for saying such a stupid thing? Well, maybe Thaddeus is a stupid idiot who says stupid things, or maybe he just said something dumb one time. It happens. Everyone makes mistakes. Jay Smith makes mistakes. Mary makes mistakes. Cargo crew makes mistakes. I make mistakes. Mel makes mistakes. Robert Kerr makes mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. Just saying someone said something once is not a piece of evidence. It's not an argument. Show me the study that I can actually analyze. Don't just say he said it. That's an appeal to authority.
No, he did publish it in Hara, but he's been refuted, and people have gone, "This is ridiculous." Because guess what? It is in fact ridiculous. Hang on, I'll share it really quickly. And I looked into this a while ago. So he had like Inara, just the Inara folks.
Well, Inara is not Inara is self-published garbage. I'm sorry, it is.
Yes, it is.
And it's not an academic study.
No, it's not. Yeah. Okay. Whoops. Here we go. All right. And this is academic. Quran. It's not. These are overwhelmingly academics making comments. So this is one of the most important inscriptions from the Islamic period. It mentions the death of the second caliph, demonstrates its use of dots.
Is incredibly tiny, Mary.
Oops.
There you go.
There we go. Here. Whoops. That's a little bit too loud. That's probably good. So he has raised doubts about it. He claims it was.
Okay, so he actually did.
Yeah, he did.
I'll admit I technically didn't say he didn't, but I will admit he did. All right, good.
He specifically argues that the section stating in the year 40 is a later addition. So Umar might be somebody else.
So he's technically not saying the whole inscription is a forgery. He's just saying that the year was added later.
Yeah. There's a photo in which it's probably a poor quality photo that doesn't appear to have it. But the first person who ever documented it had the whole thing. On inspection, it's noticeable that the writing style is not uniform, he claims. The basmala appears in a smaller, more vertical style than the text that begins on line 2, fitting into the space available here, so to speak. Experience shows that this is more likely to be found at the end than at the beginning of such an inscription. I'm not really sure why that would be true. I guess because you'll run out of entire room on the rock versus the basmala. They wanted to fit into one line, so I'm not sure why he's making it. It's very odd.
I'm not going to distrust his analysis anyway. All right.
It's just a
subjective opinion that it's too small.
Yeah. One Arabic inscription is strikingly strange. Here, two epigraphic genres seem to be mixed. Early Arabic inscriptions can begin with a basmala, but there are then continued not in the first person, but in the third. On contrast, inscriptions that begin with the pronoun of the first person do not have the introductory basmala. Someone said, I'll accept this argument, but there are other descriptions that challenge both of these assumptions. If this would
So
be
cargo
true,
crew, hold on, Mary. Cargo crew says, so you admit you have they have the
No.
motive to grossly manipulate. When did I say that? When
I
did I
mean,
say anything like that,
Mel
cargo
does.
crew?
If this would be true, it would only mean, as Kerr himself acknowledges, that the basmala is a later addition, not the part of the inscription that is attempted to approve as a forgery. Here we see two different introductory formulas, of which only one can be original. Logically, the first must have been inserted secondarily, which also agrees with the Paleolithic findings. Okay.
Logically,
well, I
because
mean,
that's what he wants.
No. Logically, it actually would have to be the basmala because you don't have the space to insert something in between. So,
well, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Sure,
fair,
fine.
Fair.
The problem with
if something was added, then sure, logically, what was at the
it has to
start
be at the beginning
could be
or
added
the
more
end.
easily than the
can't.
second line. Yes,
Right.
yes.
Right. So here, two very different writing styles are unmistakably represented throughout. The problem with this argument is that Kerr arbitrarily selects which parts of the inscription to classify as having a different style. One could also consider everything after a certain phrase to be a later addition because it appears more vertical than that phrase itself. There's an inaccurate statement about the ta marbuta. There's nothing inherently suspicious about the use in an early Arabic inscription. Even the combination of ta marbuta and ta mamdua with the same inscription is found on inscriptions from the same time period. This is just about a spelling issue. So that's nonsense. So we've already expressed our suspicion that the first date is the original one based on features. Both dates are attested epigraphically elsewhere, etc. He cites several examples which are irrelevant to this case since the Zuhair inscription is not written in ancient North Arabian, which is true. This is like hundreds of years apart. If we examine the Arabic inscriptions from the same period, we find that it was not uncommon to state the approximate time of an event and then specify the exact year. In addition, the name Umar is very common in Old Arabic, etc., etc. He references an article by Maria del Carmen Hidalgo Chacon Diaz entitled, it's in German, on the theophoric names and Daden inscriptions. There we go. I could read that. However, on the reference page, she does not discuss the name Umar. She discusses a completely different name, and there's no suggestion that is related to Umar. This would be Amr Allah, or Amr Illah, excuse me. Amr Illah would be this name, by the way, which would be like the power of God as a name. That would not be Umar. Only a suggestion that the first part of the name may come from Nabatean. She gives a suggestion that the first part of the name may come from Nabatean Amr, which she, contrary to Kerr's assertion, gives them meaning to keep alive, make prosper. Oh, that isn't Amr. I don't know that word. Usually it's Amr. There's no basis for thinking that Umar was a common name before Islam. However, if it were true, it would in fact weaken Kerr's own hypothesis that the dating part is a later addition. If there had been many individuals named Umar, it seems extremely probable that the writer would attempt to date his inscription solely by returning to the death. It seems improbable that the writer would attempt to date his inscription solely by referring to the death of Umar without any patronym. The lack of a specific identifier of this Umar, given Kerr's hypothesis that there are many other persons named Umar, strongly suggests that there was originally a specified date given at the end of this inscription. After demonstrating that Kerr's arguments do not provide a solid basis for doubting the authenticity of the Zuhair inscription, I will now present a case for its complete authenticity. The date given, 24 AH, is not consistent with it being a late addition, as late sources consistently report 23 AH. The reason why is because he died before the end of the year was up, like one day before the end of the year, and was buried on the next day. as the year of Umar's death, with only a few sources, early sources, citing 24 AH. So only early sources say 24, because that was when he was buried, like the next day or 2 days later, because he died just before the new year. Moreover, the patina, as Kirk himself acknowledges, does not seem to be of recent date. Notice, it was not done recently. The patina was not of recent date. Again, it is not of recent date. Mel claims that it was done after 2002. That was of recent date. Kerr says it was not of recent date, that it was an ancient forgery. Kerr suggests that the date could be an early edition made by a pilgrim, but this seems unlikely. If the date were a later edition, we expect to see a shift in style, which is not evident in the inscription. It's still written in the same text style, and Kerr has not demonstrated such a shift. Also, it's the date that's only found, a date that's only found in early sources. It does not change in the writing style. Kerr has not demonstrated a shift. Kerr concludes with ad hominem remarks. He says, in consideration of the objections raised here, only the most naive students of the highly learned Pangloss can now assume its authenticity. Pangloss is a term for, is just like a smear for a fake, intelligent person. The aforementioned Umar, however, has neither patronymic nor title, and thus this wretched man, like his final resting place, seems condemned to eternal obscurity. That's just dumb. These ad hominem attacks weaken his paper even further. As we've seen, Kerr's arguments are not well-founded. Such personal attacks undermine the professionalism of the work. Academic writing should remain focused on the evidence and argumentation, not personal attacks, especially when challenging the consensus on the authenticity of a renowned inscription. So there you go. And this is as much a scholarly publication as Kerr's original one is, just to be clear. So again, what Mel says about this is not, I've unshared. What Mel says about this is not consistent with what Kerr says about this. And what Kerr says about this is just his feelings. Mm-hmm. It's just like, I feel like it should be this. There's really no support for any of his statements.
But don't worry, Kogoku will address that in the comments. And that's why the Reddit guy not talking about the photos. And I said, because the photos are irrelevant. The one with supposedly less words is taken later on. So
yes,
your accusation would be that someone erased some of the words.
Yes.
That would be what your accusation would actually be. And then he said, well, so what? They could have faked the inscription in the 1900s.
And again,
so it doesn't matter. It's totally irrelevant to Cargo Crew, right? Evidence is totally irrelevant.
He doesn't
they
care
could
about
have faked it in the 1800s. If I prove that, if I do some analysis and we show how deep the carving is, and that it couldn't possibly be from the 1900s, you'd be like, well, so what? They could have faked it in the 10th century, or whatever, right? It doesn't matter. It's just going to change. It's supposedly the photos that prove it, right? Supposedly the photos that prove it. That's what Mel's videos about. Yeah. That's what Cargo Crew came in with. Now that he knows that doesn't work, he's like, so what? I don't care that Mel's argument was bunk. They're still fake. Then we got another cult member here, AJ Alex. Jay is not wrong. I asked about what, but he won't tell me what Jay is not wrong about. So I have no idea what Jay is not wrong about. And I had to time out Aleka, who said that I was fired from my job because of the incompetence that I demonstrate in critiquing Jay.
So you guys are all pathetic.
So this is a cult. You guys are in a cult, you Jay Smith worshippers.
Seriously in a cult. You guys really are in a cult. This is ridiculous. And Cargo Crew, you're being ridiculous at this point. Robert Kerr says it was an ancient forgery. The first photographs have the full inscription. Then Mel manages to find a photo that doesn't seem to have part of it that must have been taken later on after the initial photos. It has the whole thing. And
I mean, it'd be a bad photo, right? The lighting
AJ, he's been running from me. He knows he will be destroyed. Jay Smith knows
I agree,
will destroy
JJ.
him in a bait. Yes, he
AJ,
should
we
debate
agree.
me.
Mary should debate Jay. Jay should debate Mary. Yes, we agree 100%. Email Jay. Tell him to do it. Hey, all the Jay cultists out there, you want to destroy Mary once and for all? Bombard Jay Smith with emails saying he needs to debate Mary to shut her up. That's how you can actually do it.
Do it. Do it. He will not debate me because he knows he is misrepresenting this. He knows he is saying false things. He knows it isn't true. And that is why he will not debate me. There's not a doubt in my mind now that he knows that he is saying false things.
I mean, I'm not going to attribute motives, but it's really hard to see any reason why he won't debate Mary other than that he doesn't want to. It's a bad risk for him to debate Mary because his arguments have not been subjected to scrutiny at any point, and he doesn't want them to be subject to scrutiny. Joseph Smith, his name is actually Joseph, just so you know.
Yeah, it is actually.
You can tell why he doesn't go by Joseph, but his name is actually Joseph. What a useless stream is this? Okay, Shabana. Sorry that we're supporting the existence of historical Islam. I don't know why that's offensive to you, since you're supposedly a Muslim, but glad you find the stream useless. Glad you find evidence useless.
All right.
Shall we get back to Jay now?
Yeah.
There we go. All right. This isn't exactly where we are.
Yeah, we need to go back to where he starts talking about John 1 of Antioch, which is just insane.
Oh, you want to go all the way back?
What? To where he talks about John of Antioch. No, not the
well, I was resuming it from where we were. You forgot where we paused it because we'd already been on a good ways from where he introduced John the first. But
yeah, I need to hear him again. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry, I didn't know whether or not you could hear me. I was like, oh no, did I get dropped? All right, God. Share it again.
Didn't miss anything. I hadn't found the right spot yet.
No, it's not the right spot.
Back, that was probably the 12th or 13th century. It could be even an Ottoman. Ottoman.
No.
Nonetheless, we would go with the 7th century. Sophronius is 7th century. It was this character, whoever this devil they call him, is anything but the Muhammad of Islam. In the Pact of Umar gives a much more beautiful gloss of this character.
No, it doesn't.
That's
the assurance of Umar. Yeah. But anyway, all right, now we're about to go on.
But the funny thing is, even though he's like saying this pact of, so okay.
Yeah, it ought to support him.
Because I now understand his argument. Okay, so his argument is Muhammad must have been awesome, or well, not Muhammad because he thinks this is early Christians, but these early Christian armies coming against other Christians, they must have been awesome. So Umar, the pact or assurance of Umar, as it's actually called, must be fake because it paints a nice picture. When we know that people like Sophronius are painting a wrong picture, but in fact, the nice picture is the correct one because that's what I believe. It's just so confused, right? He's saying that this is a fraud, which he's actually correct on this part, or at least it's maybe not 100% correct, but there's reasonable consensus that it's probably forged by Christians trying to get trick Muslims into being nice to them.
which actually worked pretty well. They got they kept Muslims from stealing as much as Muslims usually do, because Muslims are, of course, just like their desert bandit king, Muhammad. But all right, let's listen to his John statement.
Indeed, it is time for another J. Smith says the darndest things.
Yes, it is.
South of what is today Baghdad in Iraq, just straight to the east, not from the south. Now we move now, and we're still in the 7th century, and we're going to John 1 of Antioch, 639. He has this colloquy, which is it's not a debate, it's a discussion. And he's with John 1 of Antioch, and he's having this colloquy with this Arab named Amr ibn al-As.
Okay, stop.
And it's obvious that this Arab is
okay. Go, John 1 of Antioch. Everyone look at this. Do you agree that it is John 1 of Antioch that he says that it is? And the Arab is Amr ibn al-As. This is who he says it is.
Yep.
Okay, share my screen.
I was on it.
John 1 of Antioch was the bishop from 429 to 441. Does anyone see a problem with this?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if this document actually, and I'm sure it isn't actually, but if it actually is purporting to be John the First of Antioch, then yeah, clearly a fraudulent document.
But it doesn't, of course. J. Smith cannot even properly represent who these people are who are involved here. He was a pro-Nestorius person. He arrived too late for Council of Ephesus, and he convened the council without him on
irrelevant
purpose,
because the document's not about him, right?
et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, John 1 of Antioch, but he was actually a reasonably prominent person. So you really shouldn't confuse him with John the Third, who is an entirely different person and who was not an historian. Like, even his faith is different. So here is John.
Yeah,
the
I
Third.
mean, if you just said John 1 verbally, I'd give him a pass. Okay,
Nope.
he misspoke. It happens. It's on his slide here, his prepared
Yes.
slide. He actually thinks that's what this document's about.
Yep. And he has no idea who is here. So if you'll share again, let's talk about our other buddy, Amr ibn al-As. Remember that I told you before to remember who Amr ibn al-As was, because he was briefly a general in, he was a general at Jerusalem, and later led the Muslim conquest of Egypt, served as a governor in Egypt. So he's off in Egypt, whereas John the Third of Antioch is in Antioch. And Jay is so thoughtless, honestly. He doesn't think about the words that he is saying, that he will say the emir of Egypt, that John of Antioch is speaking to the emir of Egypt. He doesn't do it in this one, but he does it a bunch of other times. And I'm like, why the heck does he think that he's talking to an emir in Egypt? How did they meet? Why are they talking to each other? They're not even in the same region. Did they go on a little trip? He's just confused. He has no idea who any of these people are or where they are or what they're doing. So again, on his slide, he has entirely the wrong person here. 100%. And he is teaching people. Just does not care to be accurate. Does not bother him. Goodness knows how many times he has repeated these slides and has never corrected himself. Never checked to see whether or not he's just spouting nonsense. So let's go back to his, now that we have established that he's talking completely about the wrong people, let's see what he says about this colloquy, which he also mispronounces, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I could care less about that. I mean, I mispronounce things constantly.
Well, you probably haven't. I mean, if you go to grad school, anyway, go ahead.
He's from the north. That's, again, what we notice. He's from the north. But notice what the colloquy is on. It's all about it's about attack after attack against the divinity of Jesus.
Notice what it's on when he doesn't actually show us anything, right? He just tells us what it's on. But it's an attack on Jesus' divinity, okay? How would that be inconsistent with being a Muslim, exactly?
I know, it's so irresponsible, so irresponsible.
Notice, this guy refers to him, and John of Antioch refers to him as a Hagarine. That should put up alarm bells right there.
No, it shouldn't.
No,
it shouldn't. Just let's pause. Let's pause. He is falsely claiming, just making it up, because this is something that Patricia Crona did, where she went, oh, let's look at the root for Mujahir, immigrant, and it's the same root as Hagar. So let's just falsely claim that it means Hagarine and that people are from Hagar. Show me, J. Smith, show me one source from history that ever claims that this is related to their descent from Hagar, and that is why they're called Mujahirun.
Well,
Show me one
and
source.
regardless, right? Regardless of that, right? Even if it was, even if it did say Hagarines, which Mary, and by the way, Patricia Crone herself backed away from this idea. She said, no, I was wrong about that. But even if it did, shouldn't send up any alarm bells.
No, because
unless you pre-assume that Jay is correct, right?
Yes.
The only reason it would be an alarm bell is if Muslims didn't exist yet at the time.
Yeah.
Right? Because it is perfectly logically possible that early Muslims could have called themselves, Hagarines or Hagarites or, descended from Hagar in some other term.
But here, let me tell you why they would not ever. You only call yourself descended from your mother if you are a bastard or you have no father. So the reason why he is Isa, son of Maria, is because he has no father. If your father is unknown or does not exist, then you are descended from, you are said to be the son of your mother. Why on earth? Tell me one rational reason. If they say that they are descended from Ishmael, would they instead call themselves descendants of Hagar? Because everything's supposed to be from Abraham.
No, I mean,
that's
they
their
call
claim.
themselves Ishmaelites, right? That'd
Right.
be a much more logical term. But my point is that even if theoretically they did, it was the word. It wouldn't be evident. It wouldn't be an alarm bell unless you pre-assume that term can't exist at that time,
or shouldn't exist, or they shouldn't call themselves this. Because
Jay is gonna argue that the existence of this term means that it must have been written later on. See, he doesn't.
No, he isn't saying that. He is not saying that at all. He is saying that Muslim doesn't exist.
He definitely argues it must be written later on.
No, he's not arguing that here. He might argue that in some other video. He is not arguing that here.
It's on his slide. Hurley's manuscript.
I know.
874.
Yes, but that's not what he's arguing about Hagarine. It's never what he argues about Hagarine. He argues
that that's fine. That's fine. But I mean, he's saying that this is should send alarm bells, and it's supposed to tell you it's a forgery, right?
No,
whether it's a late forgery or not.
No, it's not supposed to tell you it's a forgery. It's supposed to tell you that they're really Christians, and Hagarine was the term that people in Petra used for themselves, even though there's no evidence for that. That is what he's saying.
Why in the world? Oh my God. Sorry, Mary.
So his arguments don't make sense.
His claim is that it's a real term that people really use of themselves, but it couldn't possibly be the term the Muslims use of themselves.
That it cannot be a Muslim term. Instead, it is a term for people from around Jordan because Hagar settled in Jordan. That is what he is saying here. So, and he agrees that the word Hagarine, he claims that the word Hagarine is what is used for these people consistently. And it is not Muslim because they aren't Muslim. Instead, it's saying that they're from Petra. This is supposed to be, you should be surprised and alarmed because this proves that they're from Petra. I'll go into this in a second. I know it's insane.
I guess his argument is even stupider than I thought. Anyway.
Yes, and he will also claim at the same time that he is trying to claim that this proves that they're actually Christian. He will also go, oh, but everything's forged. Everything in the world is forged. But it's also proof that they were actually Christian. He will argue against himself here. Yes. Because he just throws out stuff all the time. I get it. I understand this makes no sense.
All right. Anyway, Frog One Dog 2 asked, is it Jay or the other guy that does the research for Jay? So Jay has explicitly said he does not do any of his own research. It doesn't all come from Mel necessarily. He says there are other people who don't want their names in public, but he has explicitly said he doesn't do any research. So every time someone comes in and they're like, oh, Jay Smith has a PhD. He couldn't possibly be wrong. He's literally not doing any of the research. So in addition
By
to that
his own
being a
claims.
logical fallacy of appeal to authority, he isn't even doing the research himself. If he was, he'd be capable of error, but he's not even doing it. He's relying on people who have no formal training whatsoever. And then people come in here and they tell us, you guys should just submit to Jay because he has a PhD.
Yeah. Yeah. And he calls himself a historian and then says he does no research. He clearly does not even fact check the stuff he's saying. When his own researchers say, no, Jay, you're saying the wrong thing. That's not what I meant. And Jay doesn't correct himself on that either.
I know.
But here he's just throwing things. He's just throwing things at the wall because he needs this to be accurate. But then he's like, the earliest manuscripts. Ha ha ha. It's just nonsense, absolute nonsense the way he does this, because he argues against himself constantly by just going, I throw doubt, I throw everything doubt. But it's just incoherent. So
Jay worshiper AJ Alex wants to know what is really your position. I don't know if this is like some sort of like hint she might be a Muslim or something, but what is really your position, Mary? On Muhammad, just on Muhammad.
Muhammad is from Mecca and gave the Quran. He was a murderer, a false prophet, and the creator of a false religion. He taught a false religion, anti-Christian from its very beginning. He is an enemy of Christ. He is an antichrist. Islam may indeed be, in the end, a form of Islam, may be the final antichrist religion of Revelation. That is what I believe.
All right. Hope that clears it up for you, AJ Alex. And then Karya just said, Mail has occasionally been wrong, but he's always asked the right question. Wrong. By Mel's own standards, right? His own conclusions, Mel has been wrong 100% of the time, other than what he currently holds. Yep. Because he has changed his position hundreds of times. Every time he reads a new paper, he changes his position to whatever he just read. That tends to be how Mel operates. Whatever he read most recently, that is the best evidence. That is the absolute proof. Finally established. Did you want to bring up the text?
Whoops.
Did you want to bring up your
Yeah, you're breaking up for me right now. All of a sudden. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, you're back again. It just started breaking up all of a sudden. All right, so this is the letter of John of Cedra, who is John the third of Antioch, who was an Oriental Orthodox representative, okay? He was not Nestorian. He was not Byzantine. And Jay Smith doesn't even know that he wasn't a Byzantine, but whatever. He's not Eastern Orthodox, right? He's Oriental Orthodox. He's not a Chalcedonian. And Jay Smith doesn't even understand this. But let's look at what this letter is. He's like, it's like a conversation. Is it? Is it really? No. He was called up by the emir and was basically put on the spot and challenged and attacked for his faith. So he writes a letter. He says, because we know you're anxious and worried about us, due to the matter for which we have been called to this area, with our father, master, the patriarch, the blessed and venerable, we inform for your love that on the 9th of May this month, on Holy Sunday, we approach the glorious commander, the emir. And so he was questioned. Now, I want you to keep in mind, he is being questioned. He is not questioning. He asks no questions. He is not allowed to ask any questions. So would you expect the emir to give a fulsome explanation of his own faith, or to be trying to destroy Christianity and destroy the patriarch. So here
I
it is.
mean, just go to modern Islamic polemics. How often do they
Right.
teach us about Islam versus how often do they attack our beliefs? Well, because in the 7th century, a patriarch is pulled before the emir and questioned on why he believes this obviously false Christianity. That proves that, in fact, the emir was really a Christian who was just the kind of Christian who doesn't believe
Yes.
that Jesus is divine, apparently.
So he says, he was asked whether the gospel is one, meaning is there only one gospel, whether it's the same without differences, which all Christians in the world hold to. So he's trying to find out, oh, wait, are there differences in your gospel? Do some say that Jesus is divine and some don't? Because here's the problem. This is an emir who knows the Quran. And what does the Quran say? What does it say? It says that Jesus did not claim to be divine and that Christians should follow the gospel. So here's the issue. If Christians should follow the gospel, and it does say that Jesus is divine, the Quran is false. It is wrong. Muhammad is an idiot. So the first thing to go is, oh, maybe the people around here have a different gospel. Maybe if it's a different gospel that people are talking about. So that's his first question, which you would expect if he is what? A Muslim. If he has what? The Quran. The answer, the Blessed One answered that it is indeed one and the same among the Greeks, the Romans, the Syrians, the Copts, the Cushites, the Indians, the Armenians, the Persians, and the rest of all peoples and tongues. So the gospel is the same no matter where you go. Period. That was the answer. And now he's flummoxed. Well, if it's the same, why is the faith different? Because there are slight differences. Now, again, he might not understand the differences that he's actually talking about. But the patriarch responds, the Blessed One responded, just as the Torah is one and the same, and it's accepted by Christians and by you, Mujahirun, because you say you believe it's true, right? And by the Jews and the Samaritans, because you accept it as what? You say it's scripture. Each is distinct in belief. Likewise, concerning faith and the gospel, each heretical group understands, interprets it differently, and not like us, the Orthodox. So he's saying that we are the only true Oriental Orthodox, are the only true believers. Then he asked, who do you say Christ is? Is he God or not? And our Father answered, he is God and the Word, who is born from God the Father, who is eternal and without beginning. At the same time, for the salvation of mankind, he became flesh and was inhominated from the Holy Spirit and from the Holy Virgin Mary. Inhominated is incarnated, right? And from the Virgin Mary, the Mother of God, and has become man. This is a problem because this is what Scripture says. And this is not what the Quran says. A, that any Christians believe, even when it's refuting them. And B, what the Quran says the gospel says. So now here he is, the emir is flummoxed. And he asks him, when Christ is, and again, this is the kind of question. And they're Christians. They're Christians. Do you think that they would know about the gospel if they were Christians and what's in it? Yeah, they would, but they don't. Because why? Because they're not Christians. Then he said, well, when Christ was in the womb of Mary, the one who you say is God, who was carrying and ruling the heaven and the earth? And again, I've gotten this from Muslims today because they're dumb, because their stupid God was dumb and their stupid prophet was dumb, thinking that you are either a polytheist or you are a modalist, and also that the divinity of Christ, confusing the divinity of Christ with the humanity of Christ. And so he answers, when God came down to Mount Sinai and spoke with Moses for 40 days and nights, who was carrying and ruling the heaven and the earth. As long as you claim that you accept Moses and his books. Because what the Muslims would do, as they do know, well, the Jews agree with us on this. The Jewish scriptures don't talk about God having a son, etc., etc. So he's like, oh, you say that the Torah is true, that this is part of your faith, you accept Moses, okay. What was happening then? And then Umar says, well, he's God and he rules the heaven and earth. And he just says that. And he had no answer. Immediately, he heard this from his father. Likewise, Christ, who is God, when he was in the womb of the Virgin, he was carrying and ruling the heaven and the earth and everything which is in them as Almighty God. Again, the glorious Amir asked, what kind of belief and faith did Abraham and Moses hold? Because, again, what does he believe? He believes that they were, that Abraham was a Hanifa, right? And he answered, what? It is the belief and faith of the Christians that they held. Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, Moses, Aaron, and the rest of the prophets, all the just and righteous ones. So they have the same faith that Christians do, because they recognized the word of God and God both.
So let me just pause you for a second before you read more there. I want to ask the audience, does this sound like the kind of debate you might have with a Muslim today? Because it certainly kind of sounds that way to me. But apparently, as Just a Girl points out, the Amir is a person who doesn't have the gospel, but is definitely a Christian, according to J. Smith. Very interesting. It sounds exactly like the kind of arguments Muslims bring today, to be honest. Go ahead. You can continue. Or not. Let me take a super chat since Mary is taking care of the dog, I believe. Coltrane.
I'm back now.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
So Coltrane says Islam uses biblical figures while distorting, contradicting them. Wouldn't that technically make Islam a heretical sect rather than another religion? I mean, you can define terms however you want. I don't really care. I mean, as far as I'm concerned,
you want to call Judaism
heretical
a
Christian
sect,
is a different religion. Right?
Yeah.
A heretical Christian is a different religion, like Jehovah's Witnesses, right?
If
Heretical Christians,
if you want to call
completely
Jews,
different religion.
Yeah,
So.
if you want to call Jews heretical Christians, then I'm perfectly fine with doing that too. But that they're not of our faith in that way. They're not of our faith.
Exactly. It's just I mean, it's you can debate how you should technically use terms. I don't really care. Sasa says Sophronius' letter is full of interpolations, doesn't correlate with archaeological evidence and other writings.
And that is a lie.
What is your evidence? What is your actual evidence that's full of interpolations?
Just stop.
And what archaeological evidence should it supposedly correlate with? And
why
what
are you
writing
lying?
should it supposedly
Honestly,
correlate with?
Why are you lying, Sasa? Why are you lying?
Yeah, Sasa's not lying. He's just blindly repeating nonsense he heard from Jay Smith.
Who told you that? Are you just like saying stupid things for no reason? Because guess what? When the first Mosque of Al-Aqsa was built, when it was first built, it was built by Umar. It is very clear in multiple writings that Umar was responsible for the building of Al-Aqsa. So why are you saying that's full of interpolations? Name the interpolation.
What interpolation? Name an interpolation. Name a archaeological evidence that doesn't correlate with. Name other writings it doesn't correlate with. Because, Jay dismisses every single writing. He doesn't just dismiss Sophronius. Which
and you're just saying.
I assume that you're like I assume you're probably actually not hearing this because if you're talking about Sophronius, you're probably, an hour behind and you're just putting this into chat. But eventually, when you do see this, leave a comment after the video is over or something. I would like to know what supposedly is interpolations in Sophronius's letter.
Yep. All right. So Amar's like, the Emir is like, why did they not make it clear and make it known concerning Christ? And the Blessed Father replied, as sharers of the mysteries and intimate ones, they knew it, but because of the infancy and innocence of the people at the time who were inclined to worship many gods and cling to them, just as pagan Muslims managed not to grasp Trinitarianism to such an extent that they regarded wood, stones, like the pagan stone through which you access your God, and many other things as gods. They made idols, they worshipped them and sacrificed to them. For this one, the holy ones did not want to give the erroneous ones a pretext that they might depart from the living God and follow error, but prudently claim the truth. Hear, O Israel, the Lord God is one Lord. For they knew that there is only one God and one Godhead, that of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Thus they spoke and wrote symbolically concerning God that he is one in divinity and three hypostases and persons. There neither is nor do we confess three gods or deities. Why does he need to specify this? Because stupid Muslims have always thought that there are three gods or three divinities because their stupid book has always said that there is. And that's what Christians believe. That Jesus came into being by the Father having a girlfriend in Mary and getting her pregnant. That's what Muslims believe that Christians believe, and it never has been true. There are neither gods nor deities, for the Godhead of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is one, as we have said, and from the Father is the Son and the Holy Spirit. If you want, I am ready to prepared to confirm this from the holy books. So then the Emir said, if Christ is God and was born from Mary and there is a son for God, let this be proved literally from the Torah. And the Blessed One said that not only Moses, but also all the holy prophets previously prophesied and wrote this concerning the Christ. One of the prophets has written concerning his birth from a virgin, another that he would be born in Bethlehem, another concerning his baptism. All of them, so to say, wrote concerning his saving passion. That means his death on the cross, his vivifying death, and his glorious resurrection from the dead after 3 days. He, the Blessed One, brought evidences and began to confirm all this from the prophets and from Moses according to their writings. The glorious Emir did not accept these proofs from the prophets. Instead, he demanded proof from Moses alone that Christ is God. And so he's like, oh, I won't take, And again, he asked for Torah and he responded with Old Testament. Why? Because early Muslims had no concept of like Muhammad didn't know the difference between the scripture of the Jews and the Torah. He thought it was the same thing. And so the patriarch began by addressing it in this way. And he's like, well, let's do the narrower definition of Torah. I demand it from Moses. The Blessed One therefore cited Moses in many things, saying that the Lord let fire and sulfur come down from the Lord on Sodom and Gomorrah. The glorious Emir demanded that this be shown in the book, so he showed it in the complete Greek and Syriac texts. At the same place, there were some Mujahirun with us, and they attentively saw the passages and the glorious name of the Lord and the Lord. Then the Emir called a Jew who was there. And again, why did he need to show this? Because although he claimed to follow the Torah, he had no knowledge of what was in it. So these weren't like, oh, they're pseudo-Jews instead of pseudo-Christians, and they actually do know what's in the Torah. No, they don't know what's in it. They do not know what's in it. So he called a Jew who was there and was considered by them to be knowledgeable in the scriptures and asked him if it was literally so in the Torah. He answered, I do not know exactly. So he just refused to actually confirm or deny it and just was like, and coped out, because Jews have been defeated by this text because they themselves, the origins of saying that there are two powers in heaven in this verse is from several hundred years before Jesus was born. We know that the rabbis were teaching this. And so we continue to affirm what the rabbis historically saw, and the rabbis departed from their ancient faith and invented a new one. at that point, the emir moved back concerning him, so he just got defeated, and the Jew was unable to deny that that was in his book. And so now the emir's like, I know how we're better than the laws of the Christians. We have these laws. What and how are they? And are they written in the gospel or not? Do we have all the laws written down? Right? And he asked, if a man died and leave behind boys or girls and a wife and a mother and sister, how would those possessions be divided among them? So for him, the final affirmation of the truth of Islam is that it's a complete system of living, and it tells you how you are to leave your property to your relatives. Then our Holy Father said that the gospel is divine. It instructs heavenly teaching and commands, vivifying commands, those that teach life. It despises sin and wickedness, and it teaches virtue and righteousness. So we don't care about whether or not your second cousin 3 times.
All right. We might be back.
Okay. You'll need to add me. Okay. Are we on? I can't see what.
Yeah. I got you. All right. I think that we are back, everyone. Had a brief internet outage here. I did see that my provider was having a lot of issues in the area before we started streaming, and I was like, oh, lucky it's not our area. But apparently that is no longer the case. Apparently it has hit us here and my exact location now. But anyway, we are back. I can't guarantee that we won't have further issues. I don't know precisely where
I
it cut out.
I figured out just now precisely where it was. All right.
Okay, cool.
So the vivifying leading to on. So so then basically he said that they are commandments leading to life. It despises all sin and wickedness. Many other related issues were brought up. So a bunch of other people were assembled there, believing people's lovers of Christ, the followers of the Jews. This is the Jews. Tanaiye, Jews, the followers of Tanakh. And I don't know who these folks are. And Amir said, you either have to show me the laws written in the gospel and conduct yourselves accordingly, or follow the law of the Mujahirun. So notice that there is a difference here between the people who have the gospel and the Mujahirun who do not have it, right? And the father replied that the Christians have laws, they're just and right. We follow and submit to the teachings and commandments of the gospel, the rules of the apostles, and the laws of the church. And in this manner, the assembly of first days was never called back again. He had also called on some of the Chalcedonian leaders, and all who were present, the Orthodox and the Chalcedonians, prayed for the life and preservation of the Blessed Patriarch. They prayed to magnify God, who abundantly given the word of truth in his mouth. They filled him with his power and grace, according to his unbroken true promises. And he said, they will bring you before kings and governors on account of me, but do not become anxious about how or what you will speak, for it will be given to you in the hour in which you speak. For it is not you who speak, but the Spirit of your Father speaks in you. These are not people who identified themselves as Christians. These are not people who identified themselves as those who follow the gospel. These are not people who are knowledgeable about the Torah. They are, in fact, Muslims. There is nothing that is said here that could just be that they could just be a regular Muslims. There's nothing that was said that would possibly be something that has to be, this. What my question is, what in here represents something that a Muslim would not say? What in here?
Yeah, I mean, like I
not
said earlier,
with Islam.
right? It's very similar to the type of arguments that Muslims make against us even today. So it makes no sense to say they couldn't have been making these arguments in the 7th century. And this must be some pseudo-Christian who doesn't believe Jesus is divine, because Muslims totally would never argue against Jesus's divinity. I mean, it's just weird.
Yeah.
Just weird.
So again, yeah, Muslims today claim, we follow Jesus, while they actually follow nothing that he did or said. And then we've informed you of these brief things. I have numerous things that were brought into being in that hour. So we've informed you. So this is not a complete accounting of something that happened over hours. Again, it was like mini proofs, mini this, mini that, summaries, things like that. So he was being quizzed and put on the spot. Also, the followers of the Council of Chalcedon, as we've mentioned above, prayed for the Blessed Patriarch, for he had made an apology on behalf of all Christian communities, and he had not caused them any harm. Continuously, they used to send to him to ask his blessedness to speak for all Christian communities, and he may not bring anything against them. For they knew their weakness and dimension of the danger and the expected fear if the Lord does not visit his church in accordance with his compassion. Pray that God may grant the Emir wisdom and enlightenment. Why? Because he's a pagan without wisdom and enlightenment. And pray for these various figures. So, this is the history of the colloquy between the patriarch, John, that's John in Syriac, and the emir of the Mujahirun. It was well known. Various people referenced it, talked about it, and it was a while before actual copies were first found. So, he calls him the emir of the Tayyiye, because Tayyiye is a synonym for Arabs. Hilariously, J. Smith wants to claim that the Tayyiye, and he will claim this later, are from the Lakhmid Empire. In fact, are Lakhmids. No, the Lakhmids are Lakhmids. Like they're Lakham. That's their tribe. They are not Tayyiye. It's just that Tayyiye was a very big tribe among the Arabs, and so all Arabs were called that. The Lakhmids are not from the Tayyiye. It's just so insane, the nonsense that he just says. But then the Hagarines are those from Jordan. No, here both terms are being used. So various accounts of this. And he names the person as Amru bar Sad, again, changing it from Arabic to Syriac. That's how he gives the name of the person, and we'll find out what the name is in a second. This is a fine transcription of the name. Michael pictures him as oppressors of the Christians. He forbids the public display of crosses. Is this congruent with other things that we know, like, say, the actual Pact of Umar? Yes, it is. A century later, Bar Hebraeus recorded the same event independently from Michael, that is, through separate sources.
But Mary, is it congruent with only the sources that we cherry pick and the archaeological evidence that we reinterpret to fit our position? Because if it's not, then this must be a later interpolation.
Yes. So he said that Bar Hebraeus requested, and Michael the Syrian said that he demanded a translation of the Bible into Arabic. That way he can read it and see what it actually says. Michael rather says that he demanded the translation into Arabic, but then said, you have to not include Christ, the Son of God, baptism, and crucifixion. And the patriarch was like, what are you talking about? I can't possibly translate it for you without having what's actually in it as a translation, and I'm not going to do it. And then the emir said, okay, fine, translate what you have to find out what's in it. And guess what? Very soon after this, Muslims were instructed that they are no longer to read the anything of the Christians and the Jews. They're not supposed to learn what's in the sources. So the document was found much later, but so that is the and this is actually fine. It's Umair ibn Sa'ad versus, and it's not actually Amr over here. It's Amru, which is not exact, but Umair ibn Sa'ad al-Ansari is actually who it was. That is actually who it is, and that's close enough. So there's a very weird one here where he decides that Amr al-As of Egypt is the emir in this letter, but that makes no sense whatsoever. It's not. Oh, and he didn't use the modern scholarship of historicity for this period. That's why he claims that. But anyway, it is very clear.
I was gonna say, you're just kind of like rambling now. You're like, oh, this part of this document that no one's reading that's on the screen, it doesn't make any sense. And we're like, what are you talking about, Barry?
But anyway, they were talking about other places that talked about the document. Well, now I know where the idea that it was the wrong, that was Amar, which it was called before. It's literally no sense in history, because he's not in the right place. He's not the right person to be there. Instead, this is the guy who it actually was. And keep in mind that for Muhammad, this person didn't exist somehow. Or not for Muhammad, excuse me, for J. Smith, this person did not exist at all. Great, my own here. I'll just have to type it in because my own is not.
Yeah, it's not at all clear what you're trying to to tell us anymore. No offense.
So this was mentioned by a ton of other people, right? This document, and then the document was later found.
Yeah, I'm not following at all. Right. So are you still talking about the dialogue between
Yes.
John and the Emir?
So I was reading about all the people who talked about this dialogue before the actual dialogue was physically found.
Okay, so like people, other historical figures.
Yes,
referencing.
other historical figures. That's why I said in the 12th century, in this century, in that century, these other historical figures talked about this dialogue that occurred and named, sometimes they would name the emir and give him a name. And they talked about the dialogue having happened and things that happened. And they said that this was the reason, or it was after this point, that the emir told the patriarch that he needed to translate the Bible into Arabic and directed it be done. Because, of course, he couldn't study it. After it was translated into Arabic, shortly after that time, they weren't allowed to read it anymore if they were Muslims. You can't read this. You can't find out what it says, because what does it do? It contradicts what the Quran says about these sources. So this is the actual person who was the emir at that time. He was from Medina. That's why he's Al-Ansari, because he was an Ansar, a companion of Muhammad. He was from the tribe of Al-Aus and became the emir of Homs, of that portion of Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he shouldn't have been, he shouldn't have been from Medina. He shouldn't have been a person who existed. Apparently he's just made up too, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who's supposed to actually be ruling at this time in Jay Smith's version of everything.
Yeah. So
hello. Hello.
Hopefully you're
I
not.
can't hear you and I don't see you back.
Dang it.
Yeah. I'm going to hang up and come back to see if I can see, at least hear you.
Sure. Looks like broadcast is going out again to the audience, at least. Hopefully when Mary rejoins, she'll be able to hear me. Can you hear me now, Mary?
Yes, but I don't know whether or not we're going out to the public yet.
We are going out now. I don't know what parts. It was definitely after I removed your presentation. I don't know what parts will have gone through and what parts won't. It might be like the worst thing ever, where it's like a couple words and then it cuts out for another 10 seconds and then it's a couple words again. It does seem to be back to working again here. However, obviously having a lot of internet issues today. What do you think we should do here, Mary?
Well, we're actually pretty close to, we're on the last source. He only had 3 sources.
Okay.
So
excellent.
He just kind of babbles for a long time after that.
Yeah, well, I was just looking at the video. We're 3 minutes in and there's 10 minutes to go. But if you say there's not much.
All right, excuse me. There are 2 more sources, but they're much shorter sources, massively shorter sources. So.
All right, let's give it a try. Let's hope the internet connection works.
It's about attack after attack against the divinity of Jesus. Notice, this guy refers to him, and John of Antioch refers to him as a Hagarine. That should put up alarm bells right there. Not as a Muslim, but as a Hagarine. Now, who are the Hagarines? Well, they're from the line of Hagar.
That's right.
So they are the Arabs from what is today Jordan. Petra. Petra is the, if you could see.
Well, you said okay, but I mean, you already talked about all this.
And I have already talked about it, that he would say that they're Hagarines. It means they're from Jordan. They're from Petra. Show me any ancient source that uses this term and says it has jack to do with Petra. Any ancient source. Just give me one. Give me one that says that that was what people of Petra were called. Heck, give me a source that say that they were called Ishmaelites. Go for it.
Yep. Couple words here, couple words there.
Oops.
Does seem to be okay at the moment. I haven't seen any errors on my end for a little while, so.
Oh, he's saying that this is happening. It
No,
might be
Jim's-
happening right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it takes people time to type stuff, and I don't know.
See it on a map. It's right up just next. It just borders next to the east of Israel, and Petra is that beautiful city that's has these beautiful carvings out of stone, and so this Amr ibn al-As is from that area. He's having this colloquy with John of Antioch, and the whole discussion is about Jesus Christ, and it's attacking the divinity of Jesus. So this is probably a Christian Arab who is an anti-Trinitarian Arab, and he's confronting the divinity of Jesus, and he's confronting the Trinity. He doesn't refer to himself as a Muslim at all.
So all you J-bots who are in here telling me time and time again that I was lying, that Jay didn't say these people are Christians. He just explicitly said this is probably an Arab Christian. Yep. Why? Because he's attacking the divinity of Christ. He literally said, all this guy's doing is attacking the divinity of Christ. He's probably an Arab Christian.
Which is the most nonsensical.
You see why we are against this nonsense of Jay?
Yes, it is nonsensical. It is blasphemous. It is massively heretical of Jay to claim that people can say that they are that he can call people Christians who deny the divinity of Christ. It is blasphemous of Jay.
Sarah Licious, does Jay Smith still believe Mecca / Becca is Petra? No, he's moved on from that multiple times. So it went from Mecca is Petra to Mecca is Jerusalem to Mecca is somewhere in Persia, modern Iraq,
Odessa,
Iran, Odessa, Syria, and now at least Mel, I haven't seen Jay adopt it yet, but at least Mel now is saying that it's actually in North Africa.
Yeah, not North Africa. He's saying Ethiopia. So, and
sorry, Ethiopia. So
Jay Smith has also declared that that the real Muhammad was from Ethiopia too. So he is repeating that too. So he's jumped in on that nonsense too.
So they just keep changing, right? Keep changing, but they're mostly right, even though by their own standards they've been wrong 10 times.
Yep.
On this one issue alone.
And again, notice that this is someone who does not have the Bible, does not observe the Bible, does not read the Bible, does not know anything about the Bible, doesn't know what's in it, doesn't know what it says, doesn't know anything from it. But Jay Smith says he's Christian. They weren't Christians. He doesn't know anything that's in the Bible. He doesn't know anything about
Cargo
it.
Crew, go watch the last hour of the stream where we read what's actually in the document. That's why he couldn't have been a Christian. He doesn't know anything about Christianity other than that we believe Jesus is divine and he's attacking that specific idea.
Yeah.
Which makes him not Christian, by the way.
Yes.
Just by itself, the fact that he doesn't believe Jesus is divine. Why couldn't he have just been a Christian that doesn't know anything about the Bible? Attacks the Bible, attacks Christ, attacks the divinity of Christ, believes totally different stuff, who then just invented Islam.
Yep. That makes no sense whatsoever.
How is that different than Muhammad?
Yep.
Right? How have you done anything? You're so desperate to deny the existence of Muhammad that you're creating a guy who knows absolutely nothing about, who has vague ideas about what Christianity believes, and speaks against it and preaches against it, and then creates Islam. That is like exactly who Muhammad is. Why couldn't this guy have been the real Muhammad?
Anyone but actual Muhammad was Muhammad, according. Jay Smith is ready to embrace anyone, literally any figure other than Muhammad. He will say that was the real Muhammad. That is the standard that we've got here. So.
Yeah, I know. I mean, why couldn't he be a Christian who doesn't think Yahweh is God?
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean, next up, if Jay was like, trying to prove that early Hindus were actually Jews or something, he'd be like, why couldn't they just be Jews who believed in 10,000 different gods? You know, I mean, if he was a polemicist against Hinduism, that's probably what he would be doing, right? He'd probably be like, Hinduism is just a distortion and copy paste of Judaism that was invented many centuries later. And then he'd be like, Jay, it says they worship 10,000 gods. Yeah, that's a perfectly ordinary Jewish belief. They believed in Yahweh plus 9,999 other gods. That's perfectly ordinary form of Judaism. It's equivalent. I mean, I could definitely see him doing that if he was trying to speak against Hinduism.
Yep. I mean, it's nonsensical. It makes no sense at all. None at all. All right, let's continue with his little spiel.
The earliest manuscript we have for this colloquy is from 874, so it's a 9th century document. It's not even a 7th century.
Who cares?
Fit the environment that we do see back.
The actual, again,
it's not a 9th century document.
Just because copies are from later. This is nonsense. This is trash. Jay Smith should be ashamed of himself.
Mary, did you know that Revelation is a 4th century document?
Yeah, really, this is the level of this nonsense. Absolute nonsense that he is spewing at this point. Shame on you, Jay Smith.
And as Houston says, see, Abraham, Brahman. I mean, that's the kind of word games they play.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even joking. It might sound like I'm joking, but I'm completely serious. This is exactly the type of arguments that Jay would be making if he was a polemicist against Hinduism.
Mm-hmm.
Then, because it's obviously not a Muslim who's confronting Jonathan of Antioch. It's actually
why is it obviously not a Muslim?
And isn't it interesting how he didn't read anything from it? Why? Because it's obviously a Muslim who is speaking. It is incredibly obvious that this is a Muslim speaker. Anyone who has actually spoken to Muslims today, there is not a word that this man said that you will not hear from Muslims today. Not a word.
And that's today, right?
Yes.
So even if some of the arguments were weird and no longer used, that wouldn't mean anything.
And yet,
oh my gosh,
it is perfectly conversant with the kinds of things that Muslims today say. I have had this same conversation with so many Muslims. And Jay Smith would have too.
Yeah, I mean, as people constantly point out to me, who went to Speaker's Corner for 30 years. I don't think he actually went for 30 years, but whatever. He went for a decade at least. He had thousands and thousands of conversations with Muslims. He knows this is the kind of stuff Muslims will say. And yet he's still claiming no Muslim would ever say these things.
And the reason why, and I hadn't read all of it before, the reason why I read the whole thing is I wanted just it to be extraordinarily clear how ordinarily Muslim these arguments are.
I'm gonna rewind that because he said it's obvious, and I think it was because it was the logic was it's a 9th century copy of it.
Well, he's saying that it's crazy because he wants this to be authentic because he wants it to be about the Hagarines of Petra. At the same time, he can't help but play his but the copy, I'm just going to disbout everything at the same time.
Yeah, that could have just been a random aside.
Yeah, that's just a random aside. He's just like throwing nonsense out there for absolutely no reason. He wants this to be authentic, but he wants it to be about the Jordanians, and he wants this to be about Christians out of Jordan.
Christians who do nothing but attack the divinity of Christ, right?
Yeah,
it's not that they also are like affirming something about Christianity. No.
Yeah. What statement?
All the document does, the only thing it does is to attack the divinity of Christ. And Jay's like, see, it's obviously a Christian who doesn't believe in the divinity of Christ.
So insane. My question for him is, what in that entire conversation would a Muslim not have asked a Christian when he is grilling the Christian? What would he have not asked? What is not appropriate to be coming out of the mouth of a Muslim?
I have no clue.
Because it's obviously not a Muslim who's confronting.
I
It's
did
from
wonder why.
874, so it's a 9th century document. It's not even a 7th century. Nonetheless, it does fit the environment that we do see back then, because it's obviously not a Muslim who's confronting.
Okay, you're right. That was an aside, because he said, nonetheless, it does fit. So he is actually saying it's legit, but not legit. And so that was just an aside, I guess. So the reason it's obviously a Muslim or not a Muslim is because they attack the divinity of Christ. So that's literally the only purpose of the document. Well, okay, that's not the purpose of the document at all. It's the only thing that the Emir is doing in the document, I should say, right? Because of course it is actually a Christian document, and the purpose is to show that they're victorious over the Emir. But nonetheless, the Emir is only attacking the divinity of Christ.
Yep.
Jonathan of Antioch. It's actually very much a Hegarian Christian, anti-Trinitarian Christian.
And even if he was a Muslim, why wouldn't the title Muslim be mentioned?
Yeah. And why is it he doesn't talk about Muhammad? Why does
my gosh.
Why
Here, again.
Because he's attacking Christianity.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
And why wasn't Muslim used? Because Muslim was hardly ever used then. It exists as a normal word in Arabic, along with believer. Again, the dudes call themselves commander of the believers. Believer is a synonym for Muslim to the Muslims. So commander of the believers is commander of the Muslims. It is.
Hey, Mary, why does the early chapters of the Acts of the Apostles keep referring to them as followers of the way? It doesn't seem to know what Christian means. This must be like some Jewish sect, right? That doesn't believe in the divinity of Christ or anything like that. They're just some Jewish sect who says that Jesus is the fully human Messiah, and then they someone later on redacts back in the word Christian.
Yeah, that's the level that we're getting here. It really is.
The Quran. Why doesn't he quote from the Quran? Because there's lots of attacks against Jesus' divinity in the Quran.
Do you know what? It actually does reference the Quran here. It absolutely does, because it talks about how it has inheritance rules for specific situations, which is something that is in the Quran.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Because that was his argument. I kept thinking it was only attacking the divinity of Christ, but that's not true, because after he was defeated on that point, then he's like, well, you don't have the proper book of laws to follow.
Yep. Which
So
is
it is
also
referencing the
something that
Quran.
Muslims today say.
Huh.
They do run to
Wow,
their
Jay.
stupid inheritance rules.
I give you
from
too much
God.
credit. It actually doesn't even do what you claimed it did. Oh, hold on. I got to reshare. Jeez, just so many issues today.
Yep.
In chapter 5, verse 75, chapter 5, 72, that God does not have a partner. Chapter 5, verse 75 of the Quran, that God does not eat, whereas Jesus and Mary ate. Chapter 5, verse 116, where Mary is included as part of the Trinitarian formula. Why?
So Jay's argument,
I'm getting dumber.
It's specific Quranic verses, or else the Quran doesn't exist. Keep in mind that this isn't like someone writing down word for word the speech. This is a Christian writing their impression, the dialogue, at a later time. You know, maybe it was a week later, maybe it was a year later, who knows? But the point is, Jay says they should reference these exact Quran verses. How often do Muslims in the chat today come in and reference specific Quran verses when they're attacking the divinity of Christ?
Never. Like that has never happened once. They go.
In other words, they must in fact actually be Christians.
And again, does it show someone who has that impression of what Christians believe? The impression that is given in the Quran in the questions that the Emir is asking? And the answer is yes. Yes, it shows those stupid ideas very clearly in the questions.
No big deal. Inheritance rules territory. Marking is seen for millions of years among animals also. Cargo crew, buddy. Are you listening to the words that come out of our mouths? Or are you just like hearing every fifth word and then like randomly jumping off of that? The document that Mary read earlier, which you could put back on the screen if you want us to, says that we have a book of laws, including inheritance laws. You don't, ha ha ha, we win.
Yep. And gave some specific examples of like, if this happens, what would you do? Yeah.
In other words, it is indirectly referring to material found in the Quran.
Yep.
Why doesn't he quote from those scriptures? Well, the reason why, those scriptures didn't exist this early. That's why. So in coming and going, you can see there's a problem if they're going to bring this up. It's the wrong Muhammad. It's the wrong person at the wrong
What are you
place.
talking about, wrong Muhammad?
About the wrong,
what wrong person? You're on crack.
They didn't even mention Muhammad. You just said they don't mention Muhammad. And then he's like, this document has the wrong Muhammad at the wrong time in the wrong place.
It does not have people from the wrong place. It's in the appropriate place. It's in the wrong place for him because for some reason he thinks that this guy's an Egyptian Emir and not the local Emir, because I guess his informant read a really dumb source. But
no, I mean, he literally, see, this is the problem with Jay, right? This actually is very illustrative of the problem. A couple sentences ago, he said this book is a problem because it doesn't mention Muhammad. Or this source is a problem because it doesn't mention Muhammad. Therefore, it's not about Islam or anything. Then a few sentences later, this source has the wrong Muhammad in the wrong place at the wrong time. In other words, he just went into his script without even thinking about what he was talking about. And he does this constantly. Constantly. He'll just say stuff that has no relationship whatsoever to the point he's trying to make. He just goes into his script and people are like, oh, he's such a genius. This source is terrible. Because he's very charismatic. He's very confident.
Yeah.
He's very good at seeing and doing what he does. But he is not making a coherent argument, people. And he does this constantly. He's an amazing storyteller, but that's all he is a storyteller. He doesn't have any evidence. He doesn't have any legitimate argument.
Yep. All right.
All right.
Let's reshare and share him again. So you have to reshare.
And not quoting the things he should have been quoting if he was a Muslim with the Quran in his hat in 639. Because
Jay Smith says that every time a Muslim comes in here and attacks the divinity of Christ, they're not actually a Muslim with the Quran.
Yep. Clearly. All right.
the Quran had been finished by 632, had already been written by between 632 and 634 under Abu Bakr. So
by the way,
there. Why does
later he says that anything is too early if it's before the before Umar sent them out in 650. Whoops. He also says it's too early if it's before 652 in other streams. And now he's admitting, oh, look, they had it compiled in 633 at the earliest. He says 633, but 633 at the earliest.
So what? Many people have inheritance rules. Does it prove that it's Quran? Cargo crew, I've explained this to you 100 times. You can sit back and say skeptic all day long. Yeah, it's theoretically possible that he could be referring to his book of laws that is not the Quran.
But he's referring to a holy book. So
yeah, his holy book of laws that is not the Quran. Yes, it's theoretically possible.
So
it's also theoretically possible that an alien beamed this text down to the earth 10 years ago.
Name the holy book that says that God demands that you give inheritance in this way other than the Quran. Go ahead and name it. Go for it. Knock yourself out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's keep going.
That more than that, he doesn't say anything about Islam, doesn't say anything about Muhammad, doesn't say anything that he should be saying if he was a good bona fide Muslim.
right.
So be careful, Muslims, don't use this guy, because you pretty much, what all you're saying is what we already know. This is an internecine squabble between Trinitarians and non-Trinitarians.
Okay, would you please stop? This has finally gotten to the point. Internecine does not mean internal. And he has the same stupid script every time. So I've heard him say internecine with the wrong definition like 8 times now, and it's really bothering me. I guess he thinks because it's inter, it means like within a particular group, but that neck part of necine means death. And internecine conflict means one in which it's very, very violent and bloody, and everybody loses because it is so violent and bloody. Why does he keep saying internecine and saying it wrong? Because he gets an impression and he just uses the word. It's the same thing with everything else. His sloppiness with language, his sloppiness with everything.
He's just sloppy.
Just
everything
sloppy.
He does.
Internecine means death amongst you. Neck, like necrophilia, like Muhammad was a necrophiliac. The neck part is about dying. The inter is death between you guys. It has nothing to do, internecine conflicts has nothing to do with it having to be some sort of internal thing, but he keeps using it wrong. And I'm going to leave his pronunciation alone because he was in Britain for a long time and they pronounce it differently there. But that's just one of those things. He's like, haha, it's an internecine. And he does this over and over again as his, it is internal. That's what he means by that. And
well, don't worry. Don't worry, Mary. Jay's going to do a 2-hour live stream where he repeatedly asserts that I'm doing this for money. But he will apologize for saying the word wrong and ignore every single other point.
Probably.
Now, you would expect, it's just like what we would have with Jehovah's Witnesses today. We would have this kind of discussion. And the Jehovah's Witnesses would be the Amar ibn al-As. Al-As would be a Jehovah's Witness attacking the divinity of Jesus, attacking the Trinity, and attacking
And are you saying that they're Christians, Jay Smith? Are they Christians, Jay Smith? Are Jehovah's Witnesses Christians, Jay Smith? Somebody gave me a hard time for saying that Jay Smith believes that Jehovah's Witnesses are Christians. Guess what? He does.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he apparently does. I mean, whatever. Technically, the secular definition, they would be Christians. But I don't think that a Jehovah's Witness would argue the exact same way.
No, not at all.
This document. And 2, just because someone theoretically could call themselves a Christian and argue this way doesn't mean that that's evidence that that's actually the case, right? Just asserting something is not evidence that it's the case. So annoying. Goodness gracious. I'm taking off these.
Once again. Nope. Still can't. I'll try again.
All right. I'm not using those headphones on
So weird.
Watch a video anymore because it seems that for some reason the headphones keep interfering with the screen share. They didn't. I mean, I've been using the same headphones for a while. They weren't before. I do have other wireless headphones. I'll just switch to different wireless headphones next time. But man, just nothing will go right today.
What this colloquy is. So there's another one. That's 639. Let's now move to, we're still in the same century. Let's now move to Ishoyab the third. 647. So now we're midway into the 7th century. Ishua III is having a discussion with the Patriarch of Seleucia, and he writes a letter in 647.
Dankworth said internal conflict is an alternate definition for internecine in at least 3 online dictionaries. Okay. I mean, maybe Mary's wrong about something.
Then people used it wrong enough, often enough that people.
Well, it's correct now, though, because that's how language works.
Continue to use it that way.
About the Tayyai and the Arab Hagarians who do not help those who attribute sufferings and death to God, the Lord of everything. Why have the Muslims used this as support for Muhammad? Do you see a problem with this?
Yep.
First of all, what do you note about the
Hey, it's the Muslims using this as support for Muhammad. Just for all those J-bots who says that he doesn't call Christians Muslims. Just want to point that out. Anyway, let's hear about this source, and then Mary can correct him.
Tayyai? Remember where I said the Tayyai lived?
Well, they're in modern day Iraq.
Iraq. They're the Lahmids. Yeah. They're way up in what is Tikrit and Mosul, way up in the north of Iraq. So why are the Muslims using this as a support for him? Is there anything about Muhammad in this?
That's the thing. That's what's so interesting is like even the claims they're using do not reference a Muhammad or a prophet by that name.
No. There's no reference. Of all things, if he was a Muslim, you're talking about 647. Muhammad had already died 15 years earlier.
Right.
The Quran was well in its way, on its way. We do know that the second rendition of the Quran is yet to be written by Uthman, and that would be 652. But here's 647, and he's writing. He's up there, and he's talking about the Hagarians, the Arab Hagarians, Hagarites, who are from the line of Hagar. They
make up your mind, Jay.
Yeah.
I thought it was the Tayyai, who are from Iraq.
Oh, but it's really funny.
Now it's the Hagarians who are from Petra, according to you.
Yep. Let's take a look at this. Let's actually look at the source. Let's look at the source.
If you're sharing, I'm
about to. Hang on.
Okay.
I have to change what I'm sharing because I'm using several things.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just saying because with all the technical issues, I didn't know if it just hadn't happened yet, or you're waiting on me.
It was totally me. So here it says the Tayyai Mahagre, which I don't speak Syriac and I've never heard Syriac, so I don't know how to say it. But Mujahir Tayyai, their use it specifies which Tayyai. The Tayyai who are the Mujahir or the Mujahirun, right? So this destroys Jay's definitions that he's been giving. Mujahir has to mean from Petra, according to him. It means Hagarine. And Tayyai means Lahmid, even though it doesn't, because they're different tribes. It's different tribes. So it doesn't mean that. So he is the Assyrian Church of the East. I believe that the other groups are probably the Oriental Orthodox. So the guy we were just talking about is an Oriental Orthodox dude. So they're non-Chalcedonians, but also non-Nestorians. This dude is an Nestorian, Assyrian Church of the East, who is against the non-Chalcedonian Jacobites, Oriental Orthodox folks. And he's saying that the heretics, so who are almost certainly the Oriental Orthodox, they're deceiving you when they say that there happens what happens by order of the Arabs, which is certainly not the case. For the Mujahir Arabs do not aid those who say that God, Lord of all, suffered and died. So the Oriental Orthodox are saying that they are in favor with the down, and this is like down in Oman, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they are the ones in favor, that they're above the others. And he's saying that no, these Mujahir Arabs will not help anyone who says that the God, the Lord of all, suffered and died.
That seems completely consistent
Yes.
with Muslims. I mean,
and here's the question. He's about to go on and on and on about, but they're not saying this, and they're not saying that, and they're not saying this other thing, and they're not saying this other thing. He is just writing a letter to a guy down in another area, in another province, giving him advice on how to deal with the Oriental Orthodox. So he's saying that.
I mean, Mary, he also doesn't say the name Jesus, so I guess he doesn't know who
clearly.
Jesus is.
He doesn't believe in Jesus. He's someone who doesn't believe in Jesus.
And he doesn't
Instead,
say Yahweh.
He believes that the Father suffered and died. That's what the historians at this time also believed, because somebody could have decided that this is what it meant, therefore that's what it means. So if you can make up an idea, a story that this is what it means, that's what it actually means, because that's how we do history.
Yep.
So
well, I mean,
again,
he doesn't mention lots of people, right? He doesn't mention Muhammad, which is supposedly definitive here.
Yeah.
He doesn't mention J. Smith. Does J. Smith not exist now?
I mean, he doesn't say anything about the previous Persian rulers or the Roman rulers or anything like that, so they don't exist. So he's just writing a letter, giving advice to someone who's probably dealing with Oriental Orthodox, and he was a very vehement opponent of the Oriental Orthodox. And so that's why I'm saying it's probably specifically them. The heretics are deceiving you when they say there happens what happens by order of the Arabs, which is certainly not the case. For the Mujahir Arabs do not aid those who say that God, the Lord of all, suffered and died. And if by chance they do help them for whatever reason, you can inform the Mujahirs, the Mujahirun, and persuade them of this matter as it should be, if you care about it at all. So perform all things wisely, my brothers. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar, and to God what is God's. So you are stupid and outlandish if you are arguing that the Tayyaye are the Lahmids and the Mujahirun are from Petra. And you have the source. You are stupid and outlandish. That is very simple.
Well, I just wanted to focus on this last part, connecting the dots. What dots are you connecting exactly? Because what Jay is actually arguing is don't connect any of the dots. Every source must completely tell you every detail, or else Islam doesn't exist. If you just connect some of the information about Islam from one letter, and some information about Islam from a history, and some information from a polemic about the armies that are attacking you, well, that doesn't count. You can't do that. You got to have one complete document that says every detail about Muhammad's life, and you have to have one complete copy of the Quran that has letter for letter identical to the 1924 Hafs Quran, or else the Quran didn't exist. And you have to have 100 maps that have Mecca identified in this exact spot, or else Mecca didn't exist. I mean, this is just stupid. You're not connecting dots at all. You're taking every dot and saying, I don't have to connect that to the other dots. That's what you're actually doing.
Yep.
You're saying every piece of evidence doesn't count for anything because I come up with some reason. I come up with theoretically, maybe they were talking about some other unknown law book, not the Quran. Therefore, I don't have to take that as a piece of evidence. That's not connecting dots. That's a conspiracy theory where you deny everything to maintain your conspiracy.
Okay, and then Shimon, who refused to recognize him, and he claimed that Christians are treated well and honored when Muslims steal half their property. This is what Yoshab says, that you're treating people well. So he says, you alone of all the peoples on the earth, this is probably somebody who defected to the Oriental Orthodox, most likely, because that seems to be what he's preoccupied with during much of this. You alone of all the peoples on the earth have become estranged from every one of them. And because of this estrangement from all these, the influence of the present era came to prevail with ease among you folks down in Oman, I believe. For the one who has seduced you and uprooted your churches was foreseen among us in the region of Radham, where the pagans are more numerous than the Christians, yet due to the praiseworthy conduct of the Christians, the pagans were not led astray by him, so they didn't convert to his denomination of Christianity. Rather, he was driven out from there in disgrace. Not only did he uproot the churches, he himself was extirpated. That's rather violent. However, your region of Fars received him, pagans and Christians, and did with him as he willed, the pagans consenting and obedient, and the Christians inactive and silent. As for the Arabs, to whom God at this time has given rule over the world, and you know how well they act toward us. Not only do they not oppose Christianity, but they praise our faith and honor the priests and saints of our Lord and give aid to the churches and monasteries. Why then do your Omanis reject their faith on the pretext of theirs? And this, when the Omanis themselves admit that the Arabs have not compelled them to abandon their faith, but only ask of them to give up half their possessions in order to keep their faith. Yet they forsook their faith, which is forever, and retained half the wealth, which is for a short time. So basically saying they treat us so well by taking literally half of everything you own.
But they let you keep half when they could have taken everything. So that is very generous, obviously.
Yeah. So this is about how good they act towards them. Because remember, this guy was installed by Muslims. He was put in place by Muslims. He is their pawn. He is their dhimmi. He is all the way up their backsides and talking about how good and wonderful they are by only taking half of everything you own.
But he doesn't quote the Quran or talk about Muhammad. So this is strong evidence for Jay's case. And
keep in mind, these are letters that he's writing to Christians. So this is a guy writing letters to Christians.
Yeah, a Muslim dhimmi writing letters to Christians should definitely quote the Quran so that the Christians will know that the true word of God is on his side. I mean, come on, Mary. This is obvious.
Yep. All right, let's go back and see what Jay Smith says. Oh, and then very quickly, Bar Hebraeus, I mentioned him before. He had talked about, he's Oriental Orthodox. He talked about John of Cedra and his conversation. Here he's talking about Ishoyab and who he is. And he was the son of a wealthy Persian Christian of Ada Bene. I don't even know how to say that. Sorry. He was educated at the school of Nisibis. That was a very important, college level education. Became Bishop of Nineveh, was afterwards appointed as metropolitan of that important city. As metropolitan of the important city, he hindered the Jacobites, the Oriental Orthodox, from building a church in Mosul, despite the fact that they were supported by all the weight and influence of the Targricians from Tikrit. And I think that Targrician is just a name of people from Tikrit, like the Tikrit, the city of Tikrit was very, very powerful and influential, and they wanted to build the church at Mosul, and all the people in Tikrit who were Christians were Oriental Orthodox, is what I believe this is saying, because Tagrit appears to be an older word for Tikrit. Bar Hebraeus declares that he bribed right and left to effect this, to prevent an Oriental Orthodox from being built. And part of that, so this is a guy who's very, very against the Oriental Orthodox. He was one of the members of the delegation of the Church of the East, which met the Roman Emperor Heraclius in Aleppo in 630 and took away a very costly and beautiful casket containing relics of the apostles from a church in Antioch. So he took from Antioch, which was Oriental Orthodox, some important relics. Many argued that the casket was stolen, similar to how relics were often stolen during Crusades. He donated the casket to the monastery of Beth Abbey. So we are using a bottom-up approach. You are using an incoherent, crazy approach.
Oh, I was just thinking a bottom-up approach. I mean, that kind of sounds like Islam, with your butt up in the air. But
nice.
he does have this question here. If you were to make up a religion, how would you do it? Well, that's a very good question, Cargo Crew. My first option would be declare myself the new prophet or the new God who has appeared, and make it all about me. That would definitely be my first option. If I wasn't doing that, then I would make it about the distant past. I'd make it as long ago as absolutely possible, and I'd make up some story about how it was lost, and I refound it in some magic stone or something along those lines. The last thing in the world I would do is make up something in living memory a generation or two ago and say that's the religion, and then make that figure I made up totally incompetent and not worthy of being followed.
And make something up that's incoherent, right? Make something up. Your grandparents followed this guy. They really did. Cargo Crew, your grandparents followed this prophet, and this is what he taught, and they believed what he taught.
Yep, because that's the claim here, right? That they 2 generations, give or take, after the time of Muhammad,
and it was never lost. You've continuously believed this.
Yeah, people are making it up. They're just taking some legends about many different figures and combining them together, and
it is absurd.
This is the religion you always believed, and if you leave this religion, you will be put to death. What do you mean if I leave this religion that I've always believed? I've never heard of it before in my life. Does that sound like a very good way to make up a religion?
Yeah, to claim that your own parents believe this, they taught you this, you've always believed this, and it's something you've never heard before. Because that's what they say. That is far-fetched. That is the most ridiculous and far-fetched.
It has to be a sweet spot like Islam, exactly. What do you mean exactly? That's the worst possible way to do it. If you make up something about the distant past,
you can say it was lost and hidden.
You can say it was lost and hidden. If you make up that you're the new prophet or you're the founder of this new religion, then of course there's nothing for anyone to point to. But if you would say 50 years ago, the religion started and people have believed it ever since, that's not going to be plausible to anyone.
No, no one would believe
it. Plausible to anyone ever.
Yeah. All right. So,
what Cargo Crew? I don't know how old you are. I don't know if this is possible, but if you're young enough that your grandparents are still alive, why don't you go tell your grandparents about this new religion that they believed in? Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think they'll buy that? Or, tell your cousins that your grandparents believed it. Like, tell your cousins that your grandparents were the founders of this new religion. And then what are your cousins going to do? They're going to go ask them, did you really do that? And they'll be like, no. Oh, yeah, great way to make up a religion, Cargo Crew.
It's so insane. So insane. Uh-oh. Whoops.
Oh, I thought you were done.
I am.
That was intentional. Okay. You just assumed it was an error because we had so many today.
We've had so many that I was like, oh no, we've lost connection again. We're good. All right, go ahead and continue playing.
It would be the ones that are against, because remember, the Hagarites do not have a scripture and they don't have a prophetic line, like the Jews and the Christians, who come from their prophetic line is from Isaac. The Hagarians, their prophetic line is from Ishmael. Well, Ishmael just doesn't appear after pretty much after.
This nonsense that everybody needs a prophetic line. Whoever said that? Who said that every person needs a prophetic line? Did Christians ever believe that you need to have a prophetic line from your own ancestry? No. Why would they think that, Jay? Why would people think that you need a prophet from your own people? Who is the first person in the history of the world who taught that you have to have a prophet from among your own people, Jay Smith? Who taught that? That would be Muhammad taught that each person got one from their own people. It would not match what anyone who knew about Christianity would think.
So, Cargo Crew, you totally missed the point. I will use it without using relational terms for you, okay? So, I don't remember if you're from India. I think you're from India. So, if the current president of India wanted to make up a new religion, right? Who knows why? It doesn't matter. He wants to make up a new religion. He gets a bunch of his buddies to conspire with him. And then they go out and tell people that this was invented, that this was founded 50 years ago by a prophet they just made up. There will be people alive who know that's not true. But they're telling them that people have believed this continuously for the last 50 years. Yeah, a random person hearing it might not know one way or another whether other people believe this. However, pretty quickly, it's going to become apparent that no one has ever believed this, and it is completely made up. This is the least logical way to make something up. No one goes around and says, it within living memory, everyone adopted this religion, and so you should too. Okay, let me go ask my friend, my cousins, my neighbors, my coworkers, my associates, my friends. Hey, have anyone ever heard of this before? No one has.
There could be no consensus. It could not be created by consensus because somebody would be making it up. Do you not understand that people will not spontaneously be in agreement on a new made up story that is different than what they believed?
There's a 200-year gap between Sarah and said timeline. No, there's not. These documents that Jay is looking at are from the 7th century. They're 50 years or less after the time of Muhammad. Well, okay, 60 years or less after the time of Muhammad. Some as little as 5 years after the time of Muhammad. But you're saying that all these documents are part of the conspiracy.
Yep. Whereas because these actually fit with what? They fit with there being an Islam. That's what they fit with.
Yep.
So,
Nissan Addict, do you have any historical examples of big frauds? I mean, not like this, certainly. I mean, there certainly have been attempts at creating massive conspiracies or whatever.
yeah.
Nothing remotely like this, and nothing that was successful either, by the way.
No. There's nothing like that. Like the best you have is somebody like forges a document.
Yep.
Or a few documents, and it's never an extensive forgery too.
What are you guys on about? Cargo, have you watched a second of this stream? I mean, I know you have. Every document, according to Jay included, that we've looked at today is within 60 years after the purported time of Muhammad. You know, I was going to draw an analogy between this and ancient aliens. However, in fairness, I actually think the ancient alien freaking morons, assuming they actually believe it and aren't just trying to get money, they actually have a more coherent case because they're actually pointing to pieces of evidence and drawing lines between them. Right now, each piece of evidence is utter garbage, but they're actually trying to create a case by saying, look, see, here's a painting that looks kind of like a spaceship, and here's a artifact that looks like an alien. All right, it's got a big giant head or whatever, and all of their things are nonsense, right, by themselves. But they are actually taking pieces and putting them together. This, with the Nomo case, is taking every single thread of evidence. Like take an encyclopedia, right? So take a big, fat, giant book here, which actually is coincidentally an encyclopedia, right? It's an old copy of Encyclopedia Britannica, just one volume. Take this plus all the other volumes of the encyclopedia, go to a page, rip out every word except for 2 words left on that page, and be like, yep, confirms my case. Go to the next page. Yep, if I ignore every single word on this page, someone could have written this page of this encyclopedia at any time. It doesn't have to match my theory. This one? Oh, this one? I don't know what to do with this one. Oh, good. The first manuscript is from the 14th century. Obviously, someone in the 14th century made this document up. It's so stupid. It's worse than Ancient Aliens. That's how dumb your ideas are. Dumb. And then you sit up here and say, we have all the evidence. All the dots are connected on our side. You guys aren't looking at any of the evidence. What freaking evidence do you have? All you do is you take every single freaking piece of evidence and you come up with some explanation to deny it. Congratulations. I can do the exact same thing for absolutely any proposition whatsoever that you could ever come up with. I want to say that Donald Trump is actually a lizard monster from outer space. And he'll say, well, here's his birth certificate. Oh, they could have forged his birth certificate. What are you talking about? Just take a look at him. Yeah, he's wearing a mask. I know he's a lizard. Can't you see? Haven't you seen his giant tongue? Show a photo of his tongue. That's a fake photo. That was forged. That's the level of your argument.
It really is. It really is. So.
As soon as I sit down, the yelling starts. Sorry, Carol. And yeah, I'm frustrated because this is so insanely stupid.
Poor Carol. Yes, and it is very irritating. It's massively irritating because he'll just say things like, ha, and like have that little look at me. I'm so authoritative while I say something that is absolute nonsense. It is nonsense. All right, we're about to do the final source, the very final source.
Genesis. We don't see much about him. Where is his 12 sons? We don't even know really where they all are. Well, we know an awful lot about Isaac, and we know an awful lot about what his progeny did, and we know that's why Christians and Jews do have a prophetic line and do have two complete scriptures to support it. You can see the Hagarians have a problem here. No wonder they're attacking Jesus. No wonder they're attacking his divinity. No wonder they're attacking the Trinity, because they want a prophet and they want a book. They don't have either.
So are we all descended from Isaac? Are all Christians descended from Isaac? Because that's basically what he's saying. Oh, Christians, they have a prophetic line from Isaac because we are descended from Isaac. Do we? Do we now, Jay?
That's not a Christian belief at all.
It's never been a Christian belief.
So why in the world would someone in the 7th century try to claim this supposed Christian belief?
Yeah.
Widely accepted.
He's claiming that in the 7th century, the problem is that Arabs didn't have a prophetic line. Okay, where's the Christian prophetic line? Where's the Roman prophetic line? Where is the Sasanian prophetic line for the Christians in Persia? Where's the prophetic line of the Latins, the Greeks, the Copts, the Egypt? Where are their prophetic lines, Jay Smith? Why would someone in the 7th century go, man, I wish I had a prophetic line about like everybody else does. Everybody else has got a prophetic line except for me. Like, it's not a thing, Jay Smith. It didn't exist. You're taking something from Islam that Muhammad himself was the originator of because he was a backwards tribal man. And you're just saying that this is what people of that time believed. Mm-hmm. Very weird.
And Garibaldi has a very good point here. See, Constantine was descended from Isaac, which is why he didn't invent a religion, apparently. So
there we go.
The idea that Constantine invented Christianity has been debunked because he is from the line of Isaac.
It's just so frustrating.
These letters in 647. But again, look at the place that they are derived from. They're way up in northern Iraq. Got the wrong place, wrong person, wrong discussion, and also.
So it's both from Iraq and Petra, right? Because he said both in the same time, but wrong place, wrong time.
So it's from Iraq and Petra, which are two very different places, far apart.
Let's say, hypothetically, this letter came from Iraq. That would prove what exactly, Jay? A person in Iraq can't write a letter about the Muslims
who are ruling them at that time. Why is it in the wrong place, Jay Smith? why would it not be in the correct place for the Bishop of Antioch to be in Antioch? Why should he be anywhere else? Since the Muslims conquered them in the 630s, why would he not be writing about them in the 630s? Would he need to walk down to Mecca? When I want to talk about Constantine, I need to travel to Constantinople or to Ravenna or some other place that he ruled from, apparently.
Yep.
So I need to go to Ravenna, and like then I can talk about Constantine, because otherwise I'm in the wrong place when I write about him.
Mm-hmm. And any Christian pastor who does a sermon on Jesus, if they're not doing it from Jerusalem or Nazareth or some other place that Jesus visited, then it's inauthentic. You know, we can't trust them. I mean, this is
if I'm talking about if I am an Indian during the British Raj,
yep,
who is writing about the British, unless I travel to Britain, then I'm in the wrong place and at the wrong time, especially if I talk about, if I am in the 1930s and I talk about the British Raj, I'm in the wrong time because it was actually conquered, and depending on which area, in the previous century, or I believe starting in the 1700s. So like it's the wrong time because the conquest had been complete by then, and I should only be talking about it while it's happening, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so dumb. So dumb. If this letter said something like, I have met Muhammad and declare that he is a true prophet, then yes, it would be at the wrong time in the wrong place. But the letter isn't saying anything remotely like that. It's talking about the Muslim armies, which have indeed conquered Persia and Petra by this time, although the letter I don't believe comes from either of those places anyway. This is just so dumb. So dumb.
From, part of the Persian Empire that I do believe is in like northern Iraq.
Okay, well, that part might be true.
But no, he's saying like it's about the Lakhmids, which is southern.
I know. I mean, it could come from Iraq. I'm not saying it didn't come from Iraq, but the reason he said it did is because it includes the word Taimei, right?
Yeah.
That's why he said it.
Well, he's saying, he's saying it's Tayaye, which is from southern Iraq. He was the patriarch in
it's Kargak who's still blabbing and blabbing. Who cares? We're not talking about the Sira. Your idea of inventing a religion is moronic. It's moronic. It doesn't
completely moronic.
So if you're suggesting that when the Sira literature is written, which by the way, Sira literature starts being written in the 1st century, probably in the first 20 years after Muhammad, but forget that. What you mean is when Ibn Ishaq was written, right? I assume that's what you mean by Sira. Or maybe you mean Hadith, because you don't actually know what terms mean. I have no idea. But in any case, you think that's when Islam was invented. Great. Then why do these documents disagree with you that were unquestionably written sooner than that? Huh? So you're suggesting that the best way to create a religion is to put it 200 years in the past. That's a little better than 50 years in the past. Still doesn't seem like a very good idea to me, though.
And keep in mind that none of these sources are from then. These sources are from considerably.
Yeah, so cargo crew.
And again, it fits with Islam.
So Islam allegedly was invented, let's just say in the year 850. Give it a nice round number. Okay. Islam was invented in the year 850, making claims about what happened between 600 and, I don't know, 670.
Who ate the apple?
Got to give time for the caliphs, right? Because those are also fabricated. So in the year 850, they invent this religion, put it 250 to 170 years in the past. And people and tell people that this has been continuously the religion of the people since that time, and the people accept this. Why?
Yeah, that you have always believed this. This is not, it's a hidden thing.
I told you there's two options. Either you invent a religion and say you're the founder of it, follow me, I'm the prophet, whatever. That's the normal way of doing things, by the way. That's like 90% of new religions. Or you put it in the past and say you rediscovered it.
Yep.
Which is the other.
You rediscovered it. You can't say that it's what we have believed continuously if it's being invented then. Aside from which, it was certainly everything. The Quran, no one today argues that the Quran as we have it is not from the 1st century after Islam.
Mm-hmm.
1st century AH. Even Shoemaker doesn't make this argument. So you've got serious, serious problems. You tell me false things about the 1920s, and I'm going to give you the what for.
Yeah.
Just from like family, just cultural knowledge.
Right. So even if it's invented in 850, they are actually making a claim about 830 and 840 as well. Right. Even if it's not the foundation claim, they're saying people have always believed this. You try that. You go and try that. See how well that turns out for you.
Oh, what is your Al-Zoot question? Michael Turner. So repeat your Al-Zoot question.
Well, it was for Abdul.
Oh, got it. Yeah, for
Abdul. You've been here all the time.
Okay.
I don't know what his question to Abdul was, but
Abdul
was reblocked. He said something highly inappropriate. But before he said that, he did say that he's going to start using Jay as his source, which is not surprising to me. There's plenty of Muslims who are a fan of Jay's material. Obviously not like highly conservative Salafis or anything, but plenty of Muslims are happy to throw out the Hadith, right? Plenty of Muslims are happy to undermine many of the arguments that we make against Islam and pick and choose what they believe from Jay. You can take that for what that's not really a reason in and of itself not to use his material. You shouldn't use his material because it's false and stupid and makes you look like a fool.
Yep.
But if you need another reason, Muslims don't mind his material. That should tell you something. Yep.
The fact that Muslims don't mind his material, except for those who are highly orthodox, anybody who wants slightly wacky beliefs, they're cool with it. All right, let's keep going.
Oh, nothing to do with Muhammad and nothing to do with Islam.
So, Jay, have you had a chance to interact with any Muslims over this?
No, this is the first time they're hearing it, and that's why, in some ways, we're pushing the blanket on this. They're pushing the envelope on this one, because nowhere have Muslims really have come back with any response to this. And I would suggest we're the first to actually put it out there. So this is, in some ways, this is a white paper. We're saying, listen, Muslims, you have come back. This is what you're saying.
And the 1970s is whenever Patricia Crona put her stuff out, and she retreated from it very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Michael Cook, who was her co-writer, abandoned it absolutely, completely every piece of it.
Yep.
But Jay Smith says this is the first time anybody's ever had anything. This is a white paper.
Well, no, I mean, his specific claims about John and Antioch and whatnot. I mean,
yeah, because they're just so stupid that nobody makes these claims except for him.
But I mean, fine. You want to put out a white paper? Put out a white paper. But you know what that means, Jay? It means you need to respond to feedback.
It also means you ought to, put out a paper, write something down and commit to it instead of just falsely teaching people publicly and making people look stupid when they repeat the things that you say.
Yeah, well, Phil, definitely. That's definitely true. Now, I mean,
yeah, he said that. I've seen it.
He said that Muslims have thanked him for his work. Now, he'll also say that, ex-Muslims have thanked him for his work, that it led him out of Islam or whatever. I'm not disputing that that's a possibility, that someone could attribute their reasons for leaving Islam to J. Smith. I don't think those were their real reasons, though. Just like I don't think anyone leaves Christianity because of Jesus mythism arguments. I think they leave for other reasons, and then they declare that's their reason. I'm sure there's people who have declared to J. Smith that his material helped him leave Islam, and that might technically be true, but it's because they had 1 3/4 feet out the door and were hanging on by a toe, and Jay gave him an excuse to get that last toe out of Islam. But they all had already left it in reality.
Yep.
Would be my assumption.
But yeah, it's very common that actual Muslims who want
but yeah,
to be
also
Quranists,
actual Muslims, and especially
Very
Quranists, right? Quranists absolutely love J. Smith. There are open Quranists on his own channel praising his work. Like they're like, as a Quranist, I praise your work for destroying the Sunni myths, right?
Yep. All right.
Unity
So,
to what we're saying, and come back with a response. Please help us to see, why have you used this guy? Why are you using John of Antioch? Why are you using these?
Stop that. When has a Muslim ever used these sources? When has a Muslim ever gone to these sources? Please, J. Smith, when have Muslims ever said that this is important to their history? They don't, because they don't do history properly. Muslims do history terribly. They don't refer to these people. Westerners refer to them.
I mean, I'm sure that there's technically been Muslims that refer to it. Like Islamic Awareness probably refers to some of these sources, for example.
But all this research is done by whom?
What do you
Muslims
mean?
have not, like the research to find the sources, non-Islamic sources talking about the foundations of Islam. Not one piece of this research, not one piece of this compiling this information
I mean, of course
is done
not,
by
right.
Muslims.
Yeah, of course not.
It's not done by Muslims. And Muslims don't use this as evidence for the authenticity of Muhammad's message. Because that would be silly, especially since the Emir got his backside handed to him. He was absolutely steamrolled by the patriarch. He was flattened. He was silenced so that he had to go, but we have all of these special things, and yeah, we have lots of laws. Do you have laws about inheritance? They had to fall back to that because he was steamrolled. So no, Muslims don't go to that to go, Islam is true.
Indeed.
But he's
so anyway, regardless, he
Yeah.
says I want feedback, right? I
Yep.
want Muslims to push back on this. Well, Muslims have pushed back on this. First of all, he lies. He says no Muslim ever has. Muslims have. I know Muslims have challenged him to a debate, and he said, I know one particular Muslim from my chat challenged him to a debate because I passed that challenge on to Jay, and he said, I want to debate an academic. I don't want to debate some random guy from the YouTube comments or whatever.
So is J. Smith an academic?
I mean, technically.
But no, he's not. He's never held an academic position. He's not an academic.
I think he has
having a PhD does not make
he has a PhD, and I think he technically has an honorary teaching role at a university. I mean, he could technically be called an academic, but you can't put out a white paper. What is a white paper? It's a call for public feedback.
Yeah.
Right. And then say, I only want academics who don't believe in Islam to debate me on this, or, aren't fundamentalists. But I also don't want any non-Muslims to debate me on this. And I don't want any debates from, Muslim apologists. I only want academics. I don't want random people. I've seen multiple critiques written by Muslims of his arguments online, of various degrees of credibility. But to say that no one has ever responded to this is just false. It's flat out false. And he won't debate Mary on it. Right. He supposedly is going to debate some Muslim on it. But when he brought that up on the IP Inspiring Philosophy live stream that has now been privatized. IP was like, you told me you wanted to debate historical Muhammad. That's the debate that I told the Muslim that you were going to have. And Jay's like, no, he's supposed to debate whether Mecca is real.
No, it's whether or not
the
Quran is perfectly preserved.
Yeah,
is what he wants to debate.
Oh, yeah. It was Quran. I forgot which of the two other ones he went to, but either way, he had communicated in such a way that inspiring philosophy, hardly a Muslim apologist, thought that the debate was supposed to be on whether Muhammad was a historical figure or not. And then Jay's like, no, it's supposed to be, is the Quran perfectly preserved letter for letter, dot for dot? And IP's like, well, he didn't agree to that debate. So I don't think Jay has an upcoming debate with any Muslim, despite having multiple offers for it.
Yep.
I have received word from my supporters that other Muslims, including Muslim apologists on YouTube, are interested in debating Jay, but I can't propose it. Jay's not going to listen to it if I propose it. So I asked them to directly propose it to Jay. I don't know if they did or didn't, right? I'm not suggesting that he hasn't, but I know there are people who are interested in debating him, both Christians and Muslims, and probably atheists are interested in debating this as well. And then he just sits there and says, this is our white paper for feedback. He gets feedback. And then he tells me that then he says he gets feedback. He says, this should have been done in private. That's not what a white paper is. It's a call for public response to it. It is done in private. And then he does a public live stream criticizing me for being too harsh in my criticism.
Yep. And misrepresenting the private points that he was given. So he asked for things in private, then he attacks you in public and misrepresents you.
Yep.
Just to be clear. So, but you know what? I am pleased to be called not a peer of Jay. I would be insulted to be called his peer.
Well, yeah, I actually agree with that. I'm glad that he said we're not at his level, because I would consider that to be a grave insult, because his level is taking rumors and gossip given to you by third parties and running with it as if a fact, and then distorting that even further to craft your perfect little story. That's his level of work.
Yep. All right. Let's go back to this.
Not referred to here. No Muslims are referred to here. You're talking about the Tayyip Pippin. You're talking about the Hagarines. You got the wrong people. They're too far north. You got the wrong guy. Muhammad's not there. And you've got the wrong environment. These are anti-Trinitarians attacking Trinitarians. Don't use that to support you. You've got to come up with something better than that. We're still looking for him. Now, the next one does. And the next one we're going to get into, because finally we come back to the word Muhammad again. We're getting to this title again. So,
and by the way, he's about to lie. There's no Muhammad in what he's about to say. There is Muhammad written out with all the vowels, because it is in Armenian, which has vowels in its writing system, and is fully written out as Muhammad in Armenian. So right there, that's false. So let's continue.
Yes, he's a little bit more exciting, because we're finally getting back to what we're asking for. At least give us the name. At least give us the title, because then we can play ball with you. Don't we keep wasting our time with these internecine Christian squabbles, which is really what you would expect happening. Because remember, as the Arabs, especially the Hagarians who come from here, they are now coming to power.
Squabble bloodily to kill one another relentlessly.
That's what we expect, to rip down one another's churches and trample one another's crosses.
Yep.
They're coming into authority. They are now confronting the Byzantine Trinitarianism, who they see as alien. And they are all writing, the Byzantines are all writing in all their material in Syriac, whereas the Arabs, who are Hagarian, are all writing in Arabic. And so they're taking an awful lot from them, but they're confronting this one notion that Jesus could be God, or that he could be divine, or that the Trinity existed, or that he could be the Son of God. They're attacking those four areas, and that's why these make sense, because everyone...
Yeah, the four areas Muslims are most likely to attack. Got it. That's proof they're Christians. I mean, Mary, you've had hundreds of conversations with Muslims. I've had hundreds of conversations with Muslims. What percentage would you estimate? I'll let you go first. What percentage do you estimate of their arguments are about deity of Christ or incarnation or the Trinity?
Like 80%.
Yeah,
probably 80%.
Yeah, I would say between 80 and 90% as well of their arguments are that thing. But Jay's like, for some reason, this seems to be what they are focusing on. This
It's
can't
like
be
he's never
Islam.
actually spoken to Muslims, even though I know he has. It's bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
One of these letters, these colloquies are all about that. It makes sense because that is exactly what's happening in the 7th century at that place. Remember, we're in what is today Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and Israel. That is the Arab area. That is the Arabia from the 2nd century, of Arabia Petraea. These kind of attacks.
All right, stop.
These kind of
Arabia Petraea is in fact not the Lakhmid area at any time ever, period. That's part of Arabia Deserta, which is part of like literally all the rest of the Arabian Peninsula, except for Arabia Felix, which is Yemen. He does this weird game where he's like, oh, when it's Arabia, it can only mean Arabia Petraea, but it also means the Lakhmids and Oman for some reason. It means everywhere except for the Hijaz, because nobody lived there, even though people absolutely did. Just nonsense. All right.
Well, and I guess he leaves Yemen off too, right? That would definitely be part of Arabia, but he's not interested in there. He doesn't care what's happening in Yemen. So
yeah, he occasionally goes, oh, there's also people down in Yemen. He's also there's also this part of Arabia, but nobody lives in Arabia Deserta. Nobody lives there. Half
no water, no people.
The Ghassanids are in that area. All of the Lakhmids are in that area. It's just nonsense because only Nabatea is Arabia Petraea, is Nabatea out toward Egypt. It also includes some of Egypt without, even though wasn't always ruled by the Nabateans.
Oh, Mary, that must be wrong because there's not literally one drop of water in all of the Arabian desert. So there couldn't possibly be a single person there, because if there's not one drop of water, then there must be absolutely no people.
And he really thinks that there are no grasses anywhere in Arabia. It's astonishing. Like, except for outside of Yemen. He will tell people that no grass grows in Mecca. And all you have to do is go Mecca after a rain and see how green it is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think in his mind is like the Sahara Desert, right? Where it's literally just sand and there's nothing else.
Yep. And that's only parts of the Sahara. Like, it isn't all the Sahara. That's only parts of the Sahara. But for him, that's it, period.
Mm-hmm.
Disputes make sense, but none of them have anything to do with Muslims. None of them have anything to do with Islam. None of them have anything to do with Muhammad. And none of them have any reference to quoting from any book called the Quran. And that's what you need to have if you're going to put Muhammad there that late, in that period, at that time, and in that place.
Well, first of all, what do you mean that late? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, but ignoring that. So arguments against the deity of Christ, arguments against the Trinity, these have nothing to do with Islam whatsoever. I guess the Quran has nothing to do with Islam now, because the Quran makes arguments like that.
Apparently has nothing to do with this. The Quran itself has nothing to do with Islam because it barely even talks about Mecca. So it has nothing to do with Islam at all.
Yep. And the Quran obviously doesn't quote the Quran, so it can't be Islamic document either. You see, because these Christians writing about Arab invaders who are attacking them and destroying them and saying that they are anti-Christ and that they are trying to destroy the church, well, that has nothing to do with Islam because they didn't quote the Quran. These Christians writing histories from their perspectives didn't quote the Quran. Therefore, this means Islam didn't exist.
And it's insane.
I have a hypothetical question for you, Mary. I doubt you would know the answer. I certainly don't know the answer. But what Roman document quotes the Gospels in its opposition to Christianity?
I can't think of any. They instead, like even the Jewish dialogues, I can't think of any Jewish dialogues that are quoting the gospel. I can't think of any of the pagan writers who quoted the gospel when they were writing against the Christians. I can't think of any. Like I can think of a number of examples of dialogues between Christians and Jews, and I can't think of any time when the people that they were talking to were like their opponents were quoting the gospel at them or using the gospel to disprove them or whatever.
Well, and I mean,
like talk generally about it, right? Talk generally about it, perhaps. I mean, you have like the oh gosh, what is his name? I'm going blank on his name. Anyway, there was a dude who wrote something attacking Mary's character, but he just wrote something attacking Mary's character. He didn't actually quote the Gospels when he attacked Mary's character. And then in response, the Proto-Evangelion of James was written in the late 2nd century, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So even though none of these documents quote the New Testament, they do show knowledge of it, right? Because they attack specific Christian beliefs. For example, one of the common attacks by pagans on Christianity was that they are cannibals.
Yep.
Now you're like, the audience, I know Mary knows, but the audience might be like, what do you mean? That doesn't show any familiarity with Christian beliefs. Yeah, it does, because it's a reference to the Eucharist, right? Or communion. The idea that Jesus is present in the sacrament, the celebration of the Last Supper, was an ordinary Christian belief at the time. Whether I don't care what your feelings are about it today, it was the dominant belief of Christianity at the time. So they show knowledge and understanding of what Christians believe, and then they distort it for their own polemical purposes. But that doesn't mean that the New Testament doesn't exist. The Gospel of John doesn't exist because they never quote from the Gospel of John. I think it's pretty darn probable that there is no document that is an attack on Christianity that quotes from the Gospel of John. Just to pick a random example, I'm not like doing that because I know that Matthew's quoted from or something, until probably basically modern times, right? Probably like Renaissance era is the first time anyone does that kind of internal critique where they like literally quote the text as opposed to just alluding to your beliefs.
I mean, whenever they had something in common and were talking about it, they would discuss the meaning of the thing that we have in common. So when Jews and Christians debated, we would usually quote the Old Testament, and then sometimes the Christians would cite the New Testament and how it interacts with the Old Testament, because we have that common thing that we agree is true, and you start with that. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Cargo Crew, I've addressed this a million times. How the hell would I give evidence that a unicorn didn't exist? Is the claim that a human being founded a religion the same as claiming a kind of creature that no one has ever observed exists? But I will answer your question. How you would give evidence that a unicorn doesn't exist is be like, well, here is a catalog of all known species from scientists. Unicorn isn't listed there. That would be evidence that a unicorn doesn't exist. To make this comparable, you have to give evidence of the alternative. Or here's a better way I can demonstrate a unicorn doesn't exist. I can talk about myths of unicorns and show how they arose. Okay, people probably found fossilized bones that they didn't understand. They said, yeah, this could come from a horse that had a giant horn on it, and thus the myth evolves. You have to give an explanation with actual evidence from primary documents. Like I could go to those documents and I could explain how the myth arose. You have to give me evidence from primary documents, since you think it was invented in the 9th century documents that show evidence of people creating this Muhammad. And then you have to show that this is coherent, that this is something that people at the time would have just accepted. You can't just make a proposal and then say anyone who disagrees must provide unlimited evidence to my satisfaction. I can propose that you, cargo crew, cargo Smith, that's funny, don't exist. I can propose that the founder of your religion doesn't exist. You previously said, I don't care. My religion is not based on my founder, which is very funny. I can assert that your grandparents don't exist. I can assert that the president of your country doesn't exist. I can assert that Julius Caesar doesn't exist. And then you can, if you cared enough to provide evidence, which apparently you don't, like you're just fine with me saying no one ever existed. I can do that. I can assert that literally no person has existed before 1900. No person was born before the year 1900. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, cargo crew. My assertion is that no person was born before the year 1900. Prove me wrong. What do you mean Kim Jong-un's people? Kim Jong-un doesn't exist.
Prove exists.
Prove to me that Kim Jong-un exists, that he isn't just a myth created by South Korea to advance their propaganda against North Korea. Prove me he exists. Prove to me that someone was born before the year 1900, or prove to me that Kim Jong-un exists. If you don't do either of those things, then I'm not interacting with any more of your comments for today.
All right. Let's go ahead and finish up his declarations about.
And it will show also in the next one, like I said, the Armenian bishop Sophronius. These references becomes later and later and later now than the traditional, at least, timing that is used by Islam. Unfortunately, Jay, all of these things show a very simple observation. It's an act of desperation. That's basically what it is.
Thank God we don't have this problem with Jesus. He's all over the pages of history. Why is Muhammad completely
So painful.
Wow. So this is just plain dishonest.
Yeah.
I mean, frankly, this is just plain dishonest. Jesus is all over the pages of history. There's approximately 5 documents that mention Jesus that aren't Christian documents from the first 100 years after Jesus lived. There are approximately 20 documents that mention Muhammad that are not Muslim sources after the first 100 years he existed. And no, those documents about Jesus are not extensive biographies that give every detail of his life. Half the time, they don't even spell his name correctly. That's how clueless they are about who he is.
And yet, would we expect to have a lot more about Muhammad, since they were rulers of an empire that had just killed a bunch of people and there were a lot of literate people writing about him? Yes. Versus an obscure group that was growing rapidly, but was still quite obscure and not really in the view of a lot of people.
Given what we would expect, the evidence for Christianity is quite extraordinary. But that is not equivalent to the statement that Jay said. I'm not saying there's a problem with the evidence for Christianity. I'm saying there's a problem with Jay's methodology, and that he is lying through his teeth when he says, thank God we don't have the same problem. Jesus is all over the pages of history.
It's just goofy. It's just goofiness. All right.
take it from these pages where he should be?
Of course, we're not saying, by the way, in any way that even if we have documentations today supporting the existence of an alleged prophet by the name of Muhammad in the 7th century in Mecca or Medina, we're not saying in any way that somehow Islam is the truth. That's not what we're saying, nor that we will ever accept that, because the Bible is very clear that it is finished in the work of Christ. But what we're trying to show is that these, not only it's a false teaching about a false God through a fake prophet, basically, as you can see, it's a fictitious one in this case, because later redactions are trying to bring back to us a character by that name, but also the message itself is not a true message in and of itself. All that
But moving the argument is a problem. Moving the argument to something that's
No,
not
I mean,
supportable
this
is a
disclaimer
problem.
here.
It's true.
This disclaimer
And-
by Al-Fadi is actually very telling, right? The
Yep.
fact that he feels he needs to offer this disclaimer, like he said, he's basically, the disclaimer is, guys, just because we made it incredibly easy for you to prove us wrong doesn't mean that Islam's true. And someone earlier said that Al-Fadi is a no-mo. I don't think he actually is. I think he just never pushes it back against any guests. So
Yep.
he's friends with Jay. Jay has unlimited license to say whatever he wants. I don't think that Al-Fadi's personal position actually is that Muhammad didn't exist.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I know that Al-Fadi knows for a fact that a number of things that he says is not true. So,
Did you? Are we good, or did you want me to play more of this?
let's go ahead and finish up any arguments about.
Yep, there's a minute and a half
Sophronius.
left. So
I don't think that there's really anything else. He just like glancingly mentions him, but again, doesn't actually talk about what he talks about. It's really weird.
Well, that was supposedly from last time, right? So if you go back to episode 4, he might talk more about Sebios. I don't know.
Our hope.
Oh wait,
Myself.
no. That was Sophronius. That was at the beginning. He hasn't mentioned Sebios at all, has he?
No, he did. The Bishop of Sebios. He
Oh.
said it several times, but I don't think he said anything about.
He
like,
didn't
what
say
he
anything
actually
about
said.
him. There was no slide on him.
And
Yeah,
Dr.
no.
J. Smith and others who are involved in this field of
Yeah, I think
historical
that's-
criticism of Islam, is that you, my Muslim friends, will take our arguments seriously and go and investigate these resources for yourself. Keep in mind, the references that we're making today come from your camp, the Islamic camp, and our job is to debunk them. And I hope that by now you have seen that we were successful in every single claim, and I am certain that we will be successful even in debunking the future ones. This is Al-Fadi.
All right.
Over and
Yep,
out.
that's it. Here, hang on. Let me share an actual, because it's important to find out where this is Pseudosebios, by the way. He never actually clarifies that it's Pseudosebios, which is perplexing.
Well, I
say.
mean, it's not really, because it is just informally referred to as Sebios.
Yeah,
because,
but he's
I mean,
like-
Sebios supposedly didn't write anything for real, right? Like
Yeah.
there is no
Yeah, they
legitimate
did.
writing.
Right. And it is from the 7th century. It's just that his name got tacked onto this writing after the time because he was the archbishop then. I think he had an important role, and some people were like, who wrote this? Because it was from this time. Well, it must have been him. And so they just stuck his name on it.
Yeah, so it
This
wasn't
isn't
this, right? It's not fraud. It's just a
correct.
misattribution.
It's misattribution.
So let me just take this from Cargo Crew first. Well, then why is Al-Fadi running a show then? The reason Al-Fadi runs a show is because he is interested in evangelizing Muslims. You mean, I think what you really meant is, why did he have Jay Smith on? You're able to have people on who you don't agree with completely, right? Al-Fadi's position, as far as I know, you do realize you're just still sharing, Mary, right?
Oh, whoops.
It was about to create an infinite regress of
That was going to be kind of dizzying. Here, let me pull that out.
Anyway, Al-Fadi's position seems to be that he will act as host. He'll allow people to put out whatever ideas they want to put out on his show, but that doesn't mean he agrees with all the ideas he put out. And in fairness to Al-Fadi, that is a legitimate position someone can hold, right? They can say that I'm going to run a podcast and have on guests who give their ideas. I might give some feedback on it, but for the most part, the show's not about my ideas. And I think that if you've watched a substantial amount of Al-Fadi, you'll agree that the show is not about his ideas, right? He does very little speaking on his show. And this isn't a criticism. This is just an observation about the way he has set up his particular show. So to suggest that just because he hosted Jay means that he is a no-mo, I think is not fair to Al-Fadi, right? I don't think it's fair to him to say that he agrees with every single person about every single thing that he has on his show. And for that matter, I myself have had Jay Smith on my channel. So does that make me a no-mo now? I guess it does.
All right. So the informant for the source of Pseudosebios is a guy from this part of what is currently Azerbaijan. Okay. So it is way the heck out there, away from anything else. It is very far away from the action. They ended up being captured, thrown in prison, and this is what they gathered from the people who were attacking. Like, I guess, I don't know whether or not they were imprisoned, possibly from the battlefield. Don't know, but they were Christians who were imprisoned, and then they came back to central Armenia and reported it. So this is basically southern Armenia, is at the time is the source of this information, and that's on the Caspian Sea, by the way. That little bit there, because that's part of Azerbaijan today. Let me share so before this, he's reporting what he is being told by some people who are in prison there. And there's a lot of embroidery on here and stuff added to this. They didn't speak the same language. So I think there's a lot of filling in here and supposition. So here is the story that he told. All the remnants, the Jews called the Arabs to their aid and familiarized them with the relationship they had through the books in the Old Testament. So they're reporting correctly that the Arabs didn't imagine themselves to be Ishmaelites before they came in contact with the Jews. Pseudosebios, and keep in mind that around here there is a very negative continuing interactions between the Jews and the Christians. The Jews have rebelled a couple of times from the Sasanians and tried to set up their own independent countries and slaughtered a bunch of people, including Christians, during this. They recently went with the Sasanians to the takeover of Jerusalem and killed bunches of Christians there. So imputing anything to the Jews is going to be very likely among Christians in this area, given their recent history with them. But they did correctly say that they didn't know anything about any connection to anyone in the Old Testament until Jews informed them of this. But he said, although Arabs were convinced of their close relationship, they were unable to get a consensus from their multitude, for they were divided by each other by religion, which is also accurate enough. In that person, a certain one of them, a man of the sons of Ishmael, according to the tradition of the Jews, named Muhammad, became prominent. A sermon about the way of truth supposedly at God's command was revealed to them, and Muhammad taught them to recognize the God of Abraham. Remember, this is supposedly at God's command. He is not affirming that these things are actually true after this. This is like what was supposedly he's saying, especially since he was informed and knowledgeable about the Mosaic history. So he said stuff about Moses. Because the command had come from on high, and again, this still supposedly, he's not affirming this, he ordered them all to assemble together and unite in faith, abandoning the reverence of vain things, specifically idols. They all turned toward the living God who had appeared to their father Abraham. So this is all the teachings and the supposed teachings of Muhammad, right? Like what he was claiming. He legislated that they were not to eat carrion, true, not to drink wine, true, not to speak falsehoods, from their point of view, true, and not to commit adultery, again, from their point of view, true. He said, God promised the country to Abraham and his son after him for eternity, and what had been promised was fulfilled during that time when God loved Israel. Now, however, you're the sons of Abraham, and God shall fulfill the promise made to Abraham and his son on you. Only love the God of Abraham and go and take the country which God gave to your father Abraham. No one can successfully resist you in war since God is with you. This was not Muhammad himself saying these things at the time that the armies went out, but saying that God had enabled them for the conquest. Yeah, and that now they can take over the world, basically. Yeah, Muhammad did march against Rome in one campaign, even though they had to turn back because it's a shame they didn't actually meet the Roman garrisons, because they would have been absolutely slaughtered at that time. But they had to turn back because everybody got sick of following Muhammad and they were going to rebel. And here, Havilah Dashur, these are all biblical terms. All of them assembled together from Havilah Dashur. That would actually be from northern Hijaz to southern Hijaz, which is particularly funny. And they set out from the Paran Desert, and Havilah also includes the Sinai Peninsula and some of northern Hijaz. And they set out from the Paran Desert, being 12 tribes moving in order of precedence of the houses of the patriarchs of their tribe. And there was confusion at this time as to where the Paran even is. Again, he's just going after biblical terminology. He probably doesn't know exactly where this is. It's just Arabia word. They were divided into 12,000 men, of which the sons of Israel were in their own tribes, 10,000 tribes, and led them to the country of Israel. So they're saying that Jews were with them. Well, at the time they arrived in Jerusalem, they did have a bunch of Jews who had joined the army because Umar induced them to do so. But this is the interpretation of it. Then they traveled army by army in order of precedence of each patriarchy. And these are all the sons of Ishmael that are supposedly here, which did not happen. But you know what did happen? There were 3 armies that traveled separately. These are the people of Ishmael. They reached the Moabite Rabbath at the borders of Reuben's land. The Byzantine army was camped in Arabia. The Arabs fell upon them suddenly, struck them with sword, and put to flight Heraclius' brother, Theodos, which was actually true. Then they returned and camped in Arabia. Then the sons of Israel assembled and united, becoming a large force. So what just happened? The Jews came together and actually here it's really confusing because it's somehow the Muslims and Jews both. But the Jews did join around this time, wanting to take over Jerusalem, even though they got pretty much kicked out from it pretty quickly after this. Anyway, they tried to take over the Levant. They were rejected, so then they fought. They've come out from the desert. Their king did not accompany them. And Umar here is probably just a term for king. They didn't realize that it was probably corruption of Amir, so Umar and Amir got mixed up. But their king didn't come with them because Muhammad was dead. But when the Arabs had militarily routed both kingdoms, seizing from Egypt the great Taurus mountain, and again, from Egypt to the great Taurus mountains, from the Western Sea to the Atlantic. Western Sea is the Mediterranean. The Western Sea, the Atlantic Ocean. Sorry about that. To Media and Khuzestan, and Khuzestan is what I just showed you in modern Tajikistan. Then they emerged with the royal army and went to the natural borders of the holdings of Ishmael. Then the Arab king gave an order to assemble the boats, many sailors to navigate southwardly, going east to Pars, to Sagistan, to Sind, to Shraman, to the land of Turan, and Makuran as far as the borders of India. The troops swiftly prepared, implemented the command. They burned every country, taking loot and booty. They then turned and made expeditions on the waves of the sea and reached their own places. So basically, they're attacking in India at this time by now. We heard this account from men who had returned in captivity from Khuzestan, which is again in modern Tajikistan, right? And they had been eyewitnesses to the events and described and narrated them to us. So they said that we've seen some of these things happen. Obviously, they could not have seen everything because we're out in India. Sind is India. We're out in India. We're all the way in Egypt. They're not eyewitnesses of everything. But this is their idea of what was happening. Here's important part. Now I shall speak about the plot of the Jewish rebels who, finding support from the Mujahirs, for a short time planned to rebuild the Temple of Solomon. Locating the place called the Holy of Holies, they constructed a temple with a pedestal to serve as their place of prayer. But the Ishmaelites envied the Jews and expelled them from the place and named the building their own place of prayer.
So, yeah, I can see why Jay doesn't want to talk about Pseudosebios here, and why Mel threw a fit saying that it was a later interpolation, because you just have the word that Jay says could not possibly refer to Muslims. And the next sentence clearly talking about the same groups as Ishmaelites. So it's equating the two terms.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's not any document that talks about Muslims in any recognizable term. They just use like generic terms for Arabs, which apparently actually is one specific tribe that's from Iraq. Or they call themselves Hagarites.
Yeah.
Or Hagarians, I mean. Yeah. Yeah. So that's Hagarians there, right? The Mujahirs, that's Hagarians.
Yes, that's Hagarians.
So the Hagarians are the Ishmaelites. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. That and here Ishmaelite just means all the Arabs, because look here. Jews called Arabs to their aid and familiarized them with the relationship they had through the book of the Old Testament, aka that they're from Ishmael, is what that's saying. And so that is now Ishmaelite is identical.
They're wild
Arabs.
donkey men, you might say.
Yes, they are wild donkey men. Anyway, and pedestal, they probably mean the direction of prayer. That's probably how they understood Qibla to be. So maybe originally they didn't put a nook in a wall, but like stuck up a stick or something to indicate the direction or something. Who knows? But a temple with an object to which you face as their place of prayer. And again, the Jews wanted to rebuild the Temple of Solomon. Instead, they built their own place of prayer that is distinct from that of the Jews, that the Jews did not recognize and the Jews rejected and found massively objectionable. And the Christians equally found this objectionable. Jews don't like this place. Christians don't like this place. Only the Mujahirun think that this place is appropriate for prayer. It was then that they came up with an equal plan. These are the Jews. They wanted to fill Jerusalem with blood from end to end and to exterminate all the Christians of Jerusalem. Now it happened that there was a certain grandee Ishmaelite who went to worship in their private place of prayer. He encountered 3 of the principal Jewish men who had just slaughtered 2 pigs and taken them and put them in the Muslim place of prayer. Blood was running down the walls and the floors of the building. As soon as the man saw them, he stopped and said something or other to them. They replied and departed. The men at once went inside to pray, saw the wicked sight, and quickly turned to catch the men. When he was unable to find them, he was silent and went to his place. Then many Muslims entered the place, and they saw the evil, and they spread a lament throughout the city. The Jews told the prince that the Christians had desecrated their place of prayer. The prince issued an order, and all the Christians were gathered together. Just as they wanted to put them to the sword, the man came and addressed them. Why shed so much blood in vain? Order all the Jews to assemble, and I shall point out the guilty ones. As soon as they were all assembled and the man walked amongst them, he recognized the 3 men whom he had previously encountered. Seizing them, the Arabs tried them with great severity until they disclosed the plot. And because their prince was among the Jews present, he ordered that 6 of the principals involved in the plot to be killed. He permitted the other Jews to return to their places. So this is basically part of the falling out between the Jews and the Jews and the Muslims, according to the narrative. So these people were not on good
You
terms
mean
with
the,
Jews.
the Jews and the unorthodox Christians, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And again, like, yeah, you know what? There's a lot of details there that are not accurate. Fine. Okay. So what?
Oh, you mean it's a normal historical document?
It's a normal historical document of people who weren't actually firsthand eyewitness accounts, but are rather reporting things and reinterpreting things as they go along, right?
Mm-hmm. So, Mary, I have an amazing argument for you. You ready to convert to Islam?
Oh dear. Okay.
It's multiple posts, so don't react right away. Islam is from Ishmael lineage. Even the name sounds similar. Alhamdulillah. Islam, Ishmael. Hold on. There's one more. Islam is Arabic word too, and Arabic name for Ishmael is Ismail, which is miraculously similar.
See, look, Jay Smith is using Muslim level arguments. Look at how moronic this Muslim is. Look at how stupid he is. And yet, this is like the same kind of free word association that the reason why I'm talking against Jay Smith is because he is using this level of stupidity. This is humiliating for anyone to be associated with. This is so stupid.
Oh, but don't you know that SLM looks similar to SML?
And it's not even S. The actual original, it's Ishmael, which is Arabic lost. It lost that sound. And so it had to simplify.
It's not an S in Hebrew. I got that.
Yeah,
but
it's not even an S. So
but I'm giving him the Arabic here, right? Like I'm ignoring everything else, and I'm giving him the Arabic SLM SML. Same thing, right? DOG, same thing, right?
Yep.
And this is a miracle. Like even if the name of the religion was Ishmaelism, how would that be miraculous? They can name the religion whatever they want, you realize.
Yep.
Mary, Christianity is very similar to Christ.
Oh my goodness.
This is a miracle.
Wow. Amazing. But that's very funny.
All right, let me take the super. Just one more super chat. 10 gifted from Frog 1 Dog 2.
We're asking you to give a loan to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and believe me, that will be paid back in ways you can never imagine.
Who is it that would loan Allah a goodly loan so he may multiply it for him many times over?
Allahu Akbar. I love that verse. Every time we donate to projects, we're giving a loan to our Creator, the most generous, who will return it to us in this life.
Brothers and sisters, can you afford to miss out on this opportunity?
Yeah, don't miss out on this opportunity. Thank you for the 10 gifted there. I did mean to pull this up earlier. I think it was during the technical issues, and I forgot, though. So after we engaged with Sasha, he did push back. I'm not telling that Arabs were Christians. I am telling you letter is not reliable. They mint coins with a cross. Some support church buildings. So they didn't destroy churches.
That's pathetic and trash. You are calling Sophronius a liar because it is authentic. Yep. He is either a liar, and it was not a letter. He is giving a sermon. So you're calling Sophronius a liar because you want to believe this nonsense. I actually have to go right now and pick up the kid.
That's fine. I can handle these. I can handle the comments. Thanks for joining, Mary. I'll take care of these last couple comments. So number one. Yeah, this is about Sophronius. It's not a letter, it's a sermon. Number two, whether it's reliable or not is not actually the question at hand. Even if it's supposedly unreliable from a historical perspective, that doesn't mean it's wrong about the existence of hostile group towards Christianity, which are supposedly other Christians, according to Jay. Now, as far as they minting a coin with a cross, why don't you watch the video on that subject? Contemporary documents tell you exactly why they minted a coin with a cross. It wasn't because they love and respected the cross. It was because they wanted people to accept it as money, and people thought that if there was no cross, it wasn't money. If they won't accept the coin as money, it's worthless. So they temporarily had to bow to the pressure of the people and put a cross on the coin, just like they put Zoroastrian symbols on the coins minted to the east. It didn't mean they supported Christianity at all. Some support building church buildings. Who supports church buildings? I know you're not watching now. Well, I assume you're not watching now. You won't be able to answer, but I would like to know who supposedly supports church buildings. Yeah, not every Muslim destroyed every church they encountered. That's actually normal Islamic theology, by the way, to not destroy church buildings. Sometimes they do, but the normal is to allow Christians to continue to be Christians and force them to pay a Dhimmi tax to where they feel humiliated and they convert. They're not allowed to repair their churches, but they are allowed to continue to exist under normal, standard, you could even say fundamentalist Islam. So the fact they didn't destroy every church is hardly evidence against that. Then a couple more points of pushback here. Chronicles from Persian bishop. I need to put up notes. So I asked him for a source for this material. I'd forgotten that he did actually provide it. So I don't know what Chronicles from Persian bishop is. I'm sure whatever the source he's thinking of has an actual name, like the bishop's name, but I'll try to figure out what he's talking about. I'll try to see if this is in any way incompatible. But again, the fact that the Muslims didn't have enough power to completely destroy every symbol of Christianity early on doesn't mean that they were Christians, or you even said, I don't think they're Christians. So I'm not actually sure what your point is at all, other than to just discredit Sophronius for no reason. And he said, yes, but archaeology debunks you. And the reason he said this is like, well, can't I just claim that? Because he was trying to claim that Sophronius had interpolations, right? I said, well, assuming that your document, the Chronicle from Persian bishop, whatever that is, says something I don't like, can't I just claim that it is, in fact, an interpolation? So he's like, yeah, I guess you have a point there. You could just claim whatever you want, because that's the only basis for saying there's an interpolation in Sophronius is that he doesn't like it. But he said, but the archaeology debunks you. You just pull up the sources. Sources not reliable as you think. So basically, we can't trust any of history. History sources are not reliable enough. We got to go based on archaeology alone. Except what does archaeology tell you? A building existed. Someone died here, and this is their grave. That's the kind of stuff that archaeology tells you. It can tell you things about culture, right? And it's actually very valuable for that, because history documents usually don't tell you a lot about culture. So by like the types of buildings people made and the kinds of things they had in their buildings, or the kind of things they put in their graves, it can tell you a lot about culture. In some cases, it can even tell you about diet, right? You can you can do some chemical analysis on bones, determine something about diet. It can give you very valuable information. Can it tell you anything about historical events and when they took place? Not really. I mean, certainly not more than documents can. It can tell you barely anything, right? Okay. Let's just take an example, right? Let's say that historical documents tell us that so-and-so burned such and such city at this date. What can archaeology tell you? It can maybe tell you, if you're lucky, and you have to be lucky because it'll depend on what the people after that time did with the ruins. But if you're lucky, it might be able to tell you there was a fire in this time frame, give or take 50 or 100 years. Who caused the fire? Was it an accident? Was it part of a war? No idea. When was it? We got an approximate date. So we can't know why. We can only know what from archaeology. Member message from Nisanatic says, I challenge your ISP to Mubahala. It didn't play a super chat because of the goat. The little goat prevents it from playing a super chat, but because it wasn't a the super chat thing, but because it wasn't a super chat, it didn't actually generate the audio either. I'm pretty sure it didn't actually generate. I'll double check to make sure it didn't generate, but I don't think it did. Sorry, I wasn't prepared to do this. So give me 1 second. I was forgetting that it wouldn't play the super chat. Yeah. Was there one earlier in the stream? I don't remember. Whatever. I'll play it. I don't know if this is it or this was generated earlier.
If you took my Cambridge course,
okay, yeah,
Farkan,
that was from earlier in the
I
stream.
must have given you an A+. Well done.
That was from earlier in the stream. It didn't actually generate. I challenge your ISP to a Mubahala. But I will fix that so that it will do so next time for member messages. Because that never actually occurred, that someone used the text to speech on the member message, so I hadn't programmed for it. Frog1Dog2 triggered happy birthday. Happy birthday to all having a birthday. And also who ate the apple. Good use of your points there. It is almost my birthday. My birthday is September 20th. So 8 days from now is my actual birthday. I will probably have a birthday stream. That's a lie. Reason answers was that was just under one caliphate. Repair of church was just under Umar. Okay. Are you saying that the comment from the person was a lie? Because I didn't agree with their comment. So I'm not sure if you're saying I'm a liar when I say that it's normal practice for Muslims to allow Christians to continue to exist, but they're not allowed to repair their church, which you seem to agree with. So are you saying I'm a liar, even though I agree with you? Or are you saying the comment's a lie? I don't know. The fiqh of Islam is mainly based on caliphate and ijma. Yeah, that's actually a good point. I'll give credit where credit's due. So the fiqh, the jurisprudence, is established over time by consensus of scholars, ijma, but that wouldn't have existed in early Islam. So it absolutely could have not been established yet exactly how to deal with Christians. Can you answer my question, or are you just trying to run away? What question am I supposedly not answering? I put up your comments. They weren't a question, and I answered them. So I'm not... What question am I supposedly running from? I just pulled up all your comments. None of them have a question mark. I'm going to assume that you made this comment before I actually talked about your other comments, and it was about one of those. But if there's something that you think I haven't addressed, let me know. No, my birthday's not today. It's September 20th. We're at September 12th. So 12 and 20 can sound alike, but no, 20th. It's not Islam. It was the caliphate. That's like saying Catholic Church said is same as Christianity. Well, the consensus now well-established ijma is that Christians are allowed to exist as dhimmis. Churches shouldn't be repaired. I don't actually know what you're disputing me on. If you mean it's not like a command from Muhammad, then sure. I agree. That's not a command from Muhammad. But I actually don't even know. I actually don't even know what you're trying to dispute. Let me just make sure there's nothing else I need to address here real quick. Not tax protection money. Yeah, it's not really a tax. That's fair. I mean, the purpose, while Muslims, you know, they don't mind and sometimes are very happy about the jizya money, that's not actually its purpose. It's not actually for purpose of income. It's actually for purpose of humiliation. It's actually for purpose of making the Christians feel second class. Dollar bill has pyramid. It doesn't mean dollar bill is from Egypt. That's true. Your Pope recently claimed Allah is same as Yahweh. Does it make Christianity believe in same? Okay, first of all, I don't have a Pope. If you mean the Pope, he didn't exactly say that. But no, you're correct. I think what your point is, I think your point is that the opinions of a Christian, even if he is the leader, don't determine what Christianity teaches. I think that is what your point is, and I agree with that actually, right? Opinion of a random Muslim doesn't mean that's what Islam teaches. However, the way Orthodox Islam works is that the consensus of scholars is supposed to be infallible. Before there was a consensus, Islam didn't have a teaching on how to deal with churches. Now there's a consensus of scholars, ijma, you even used the word yourself, it is established as part of Islam. Church repair is not something Islam must do to be a Muslim. Yeah, you keep trying to dispute with me. I agree. It's not a normal part of Islam. Seriously. Are you even listening to me? If you have cats, you have popes. Mm-hmm. That could be true. All right. Let me just wrap us up here. I don't think that Islamic knowledge actually has anything to say because he seems to actually be agreeing with me. All right. So what did we see today? We see Jay misrepresent sources. We saw Jay claim that the sources are clearly talking about Christians disputing with other Christians primarily because they attack the deity of Christ, they attack the Trinity, they attack the incarnation. And apparently that's not something Muslims do. Apparently that's something that only Christians do. I hope you can see why Mary and I are so vehemently opposed to this nonsense. I think you can see why we disagree with this idea, that this is not a good thing to do. Nissan Attic with a very good point to wrap us up here. Should he not feed us on time or wait patiently for us to decide if we're going in or out, let him be anathema or anathema, however you prefer to pronounce that. It's straight from the cat, a schism. True. So I just want to correct this here from Crackhead Crown Reporter. Christians are not necessarily subject to the Pope. Roman Catholics are, and many Christians do not share the beliefs of Roman Catholicism. True, Christians aren't necessarily subject to the Pope. True, Christians do not share the belief of Roman Catholicism, but Roman Catholics are not necessarily subject to the Pope either. The Pope, much is made about the supposed infallibility of the Pope. It doesn't mean his ordinary statements are infallible. It's only under very, very specific conditions, which have been invoked like once in papal history. The normal way that Catholic doctrine is established is through councils. It's not normally established through fiat of the Pope. And certainly the average Roman Catholic is not obligated to have the same opinions about random things that the Pope has. Are you okay with debating tomorrow Tawhid versus Trinity? So I didn't know that was you. I didn't know Islamic knowledge was Furqan. Was it Furqan? Dul Furqan? No, Fikr. Dul Fikr or Zulfikar. Yeah. I didn't know that was you. So good question. It is my wedding anniversary this weekend. I am definitely taking Sunday off. I hadn't made a decision about whether I'm going to stream tomorrow or not. I'll email you. I'll email you right after the stream. Well, give me like 15 minutes to talk with my wife, see what I want to do, and then I'll let you know. But I'm definitely ready to have that discussion, whether it's tomorrow or next weekend or a different day, whatever. That is fine. Like I'm also known as Mr. Squiggles. I definitely want to have that. I just want to make sure my wife is okay with me having a discussion tomorrow, because it is our wedding anniversary this weekend. Sunday is our wedding anniversary, and I'm definitely taking Sunday off, but she might want me to take Saturday off as well. So I will see about that. I'll let you know very shortly. Thank you for tuning in today, everyone. I hope that you have learned some information. I hope you can see why Jay's arguments are not wise and they should not be used. Yeah, Dul Fikar. Yeah, thank you. I was just going by memory. I got it eventually. Thank you for tuning in, everyone. As per usual, we'll close out with a prayer from Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.